Hello, hello. Hello. What the fuck? I didn't even take the cap off of my fucking camera. What a start. Okay. What is happening? Good morning. Oh yeah, I'm talking to Americans, am I? Good morning, indeed. Wow. Listen, not gonna lie. I just want to level this character. I don't give a fuck. The ceasefire deal might get announced tonight by the Qatari PM, or it might get announced tomorrow. They're saying Wednesday or Thursday. I don't even know if it's particularly different from the one that Israel shot down in May. So that's probably going to be a bit of a fat L, not going to lie. NGL, guys. NGL. But me, I got bigger fish to fry, okay? Because I have been hearing rumors, okay? Big fat rumors that after this, they're going to put that Unreal Engine thing onto the next thing that they're going to do for WoW is the Unreal Engine thing, where they make it all fucking modern AI looking. And that probably means this is going to be the last round of playing Classic. So if that's the case, hey! So in the meantime, I'm just going to vibe. Wow. If you have any more butt pulled, if you have any more pirate drama updates, because I know they exist, I know he got kicked out of the guild, you could send me those. Why not? You're supposed to be on sick leave anyway. I am. Are you going to watch Rubio's confirmation hearing? Why not? Yesterday's one was quite fun. The one but Rubio is a bit less crazy than that guy, isn't he? Rubio is a lot less insane than than Hexeth. There was a big group call after he got kicked out. Oh. I also saw the person who died in his group died again. They got to level 20, which must have taken them, like, they must have just played for, like, 10 hours straight. They got to level 20 and then they died again. Look at this. It's on LSF. I wonder if I can find it. It was Snoopy, wasn't it? They did it on the worst boss as well. Oh no. I feel so bad for this person. Here, I'll show you. Wow! Large knapsack! A large fat sack. Oh, what the fuck is this? I didn't know I had this. This'll pay for my mount. Ooh. Rare item. Okay, okay, not bad. Give me a fat bag, thank you. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, look. Someone... I don't even need to show you what they were doing. Why this happened. I don't even need to tell you. You'll just see it. He rage leveled to 20 and then...
Keep pumping. Use mana pots that we have here.
Get ready to
JPC, where's
Yes,
where's
I'm ready, I'm
Bethas?
ready.
Where is he?
We can also kite him out, like, towards the end as well, yeah?
What do you think he's doing
Yeah,
here?
I know. Are you guys good? Because I'm
Yo,
on.
where are you, man? I can't. Why are you grayed out from me?
I'm on, bro.
I am on. I'm actually on. I'm actually on. He can die.
Yes. Taunting for a moment.
You can die. I'm on.
I can pot. Healing potion. I can't heal potion and pot. I can't heal potion and pot.
No.
Please, anything. Kill the boss. No way. Oh no.
The guy was trolling. The guy was
Oh
trying to
my
reenact the
god,
meme,
dude.
but
This was my bad, actually. I was trolling.
it actually got him killed. He didn't need to
Keep
do
pumping.
this.
Keep pumping.
He just
Use mana
look
pots
at
if
the
we have
health.
here.
Get ready to
JBC, where's
Yes, yes,
where's
yes. I'm ready. I'm
Beefus?
ready.
Where is he?
We can also kite him out like towards the end as well.
Look
yeah.
at the.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I know.
He's just memeing. He doesn't need
Are you
to do
guys
this.
good?
He
'Cause
thinks
I'm
it's
Yo,
all
on.
where
chill.
are you, man? I can't. Why are you grayed out from me?
I'm home, bro.
I am actually
Just-
he can die.
Yes, yes. Taunting for a
You can
moment.
die, you can die. I'm home.
I can pot. I can pot. I can pot. Healing
he
potion. I can't
taunted.
heal potion and pot. I can't heal potion and pot. Please, anything. Kill the boss. No way.
The boss had 36 health, which means if he stayed and fought it, the boss would have died before that happened. The person actually got him killed by trying to troll. He was trying to reenact the pirate software scene for a joke on the first instance. Alright. In hardcore, yeah. On a boss that doesn't hit, isn't like, that hits like slower and harder. So, it's just such a shame. What the fuck? Apparently that person has died 3 times now since the pirate drama. That's not good, man. Have you ever died in hardcore before? Nope. And honestly, if I said if I die on this character, I will just not start again unless it's with a guild. Unless it's with like OnlyFans or something. Because it's just not worth sacrificing all the political content for another go at this. I've come close to dying quite a few times. It's like I'm not even that much invested in self-preservation at this point. But can you start your own guild? I mean, I could. It's a lot. Leading a guild is a lot. Is that what they call tilting? Yeah. But for me, I've always been a bit more of like a single player. Start the rival guild with pirate software called Only Talons. Okay. No, I just need to kill crocodiles. Die! The hardcore server is PvE only. Pretty much, you can get flagged for PvP though. Like, if you want to, you can flag yourself. And if you're really unlucky, if an NPC attacks you, like an enemy PvP NPC attacks you, then you'll become auto-flagged for PvP for 5 minutes. So there was one moment where I got flagged, and I was like, oh shit, a stream sniper could easily come and get me, because I'm in a place where people get flagged all the time, and there might be gankers and shit, but it didn't happen. I spent like 5 minutes zooming in like this to think like no one's gonna find me, but I realized I could have just turned my screen off. I could have just gone full cam. And I didn't think about it because I was in such a panic. I lost all my critical thought. Control F for XQC. Okay. Okay, bub. Why, does he weigh in on the drama? Relevance new, thank you. Why, which one of these? What's he saying on Wait, that's not right at all. That's not new. This is 3 years old. Oh, I see. Huh! New, please. Explains what back out means to pirate. If I was soda. Oh, it's just all his comments on the pirate shit. Not new, top clips. Oh, why? What's on the top clips? Let's maybe not auto run. You can post stuff in stream suggestions if you want. Because this is difficult, me trying to do this. What am I supposed to look at here? Relevance? Kaisenat? He calls out Kaisenat? Is that what I'm supposed to look at? Getting caught gooning? Jeez. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. With what mana do you want me to do that? Manaless behavior. If I was soda. Okay, thank you. That's what I need. Yes, the title. Whoa! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! I thought that was an elite. Oh my god. I pressed the wrong button. I'm gonna die. This dragon's gonna tear me to shreds. Wow. Man, I am not focusing right now. Okay. Don't die. I won't die. Death Strike Tarantula. What a name. Death Strike. Sorry, wrong title. You're on thin ice, whoa, Wheeze. You're on very thin ice. Oh, I still have to kill whelps. Where are they? Okay. No, thank you, big fucker. Okay. Yeah, sorry, what's this XQC thing I'm supposed to be looking at? What? Are you in a guild? Nope. I'm a loner box. Can you tell? I'm just a loner leveler. Whoa! Big bad boy. Big emerald drake. Ah! No, it's fine. I thought that was an elite. Okay, he's a bit sturdy. Big strong captain with a shield. China something on Twitter. It's probably because of the TikTok ban, right? Which seems like it's gonna actually, it seems it's gonna happen. You're not gonna be able to get TikTok on the App Store in China and the USA. That's crazy, man. What the fuck? We're getting into a new Cold War, guys. Whoa. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, these guys are tough boogie. Okay. Oh, they have like a shield wall. Or hey, look at me go. Like it was nothing. Guys, congratulations are in order. Okay. 43, sweaty gamer. Sacrificing my viewership for a good solid grind. Thank me later. Petty cash. Congratulations if you're poor. Oh. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Is this a pro-Luxembourg stream? What does that mean? What? Oh no. Friends, not a fucking piranha. Do they hit fast and weak? Yeah, they do. Chopping me up. Oh, they're scattered around the shore as well. Oh. They have different models. Click graphics. Oh. Take environmental clutter to 0. That's a good tactic, yes. Get rid of my environmental clutter, please. It's environmental detail and ground clutter. No, wait, it's ground clutter. That's what I have to apply. Cardinals, thanks for the gifted sub. Very nice of you. I should stay on the shore so I can kill those shitty dragons, shouldn't I? Ooh, hello. Yeah, one of those. That's what I'm supposed to look out for? Cute. But I should kill these guys as well because they still have the dragon shitty dust. Wow, it is so much clearer without any of the ground shit. The high graphics makes this game a lot harder. If the ceasefire goes through, it's a win for everyone, to BH. No, that's not true at all. If it goes through the way that I think it's going to go through, based on what they're saying now, is it's going to be a massive L for Netanyahu. Because the way it's going through now is it looks like it's basically just giving Hamas a pretty strong opportunity to just, like, reclaim the strip. But, I don't know. We're just waiting and seeing until it's done, though, because you never know. Oh. Are you for or against? I don't know. I don't know the reasoning, so it's hard to say. Oh, mossy footlocker. No. Oh! These things are really hard to find, eh? Look at this. You have to have a Hawkeye. Where? I'm standing on it. I can't see it. There we go. Okay, big man. Just you and I. I'm just gonna use Rupture on this guy because It's very shieldy. It's very... Alright. Oh, he enrages as well, eh? I feel like I'm leveling up in some way by supporting Loner. That's the idea, isn't it? That's called parasociality, my friend. I don't really want to fight those big ones. They are not fun to engage with. Ugh! Get me in here. Get me in. Oh, hello. I wonder where I go after this. I don't think there'd be that many quests in the Swamp of Sorrows. Okay. Is the object to hit 60? Yeah. That's all I really want to do. I don't really know if I want to... Because what's the point? What's the point trying to gear up this character when he's obviously going to die at some point? Like, you can do everything right, and one day you're going to die. Okay? And then it's done. You'd get more viewers if you put Hassan in the background. That would be pretty shameless. Hey! Where'd it go? I swear I saw one right there. Where did it go? It's escaped my clutches. Oh, there you are. God, imagine not seeing that. Cock. Fucking blind. Is it real? We don't know, Callum. We don't know just yet. It looks more real than any of the previous ones. Since the last one. Whoa!
Gamers supporting gamers in these tough times.
Holy shit, Honkler. Thank you so much. Gamer support is vital in these times. I always said I would rather stream to 10 of you guys than any viewership of thousands. Fucking. That's a month of WoW right there. I know, right? Do you want to try some WoW, kid? 500 XP for those guys. Okay, that's not bad. I did actually level pretty fast killing that one. Wait, do I have the tiers? Did I get them all? No. Did I? Did I get the street? No, I didn't. I've still got 3 out of 10 left. What's the next instance that I would do? There aren't that many that you do in 40s. Man, is this the real stream now? From an intensively researched, critically thought out take from a principled individual to watching a man-child play video games. Is this temporary? I love LB, but... Wow.
Health warning.
Wow.
Health warning.
Wow. That is
Health
the... What? Mate, I'm in a shitload of pain, okay?
Health warning.
I'm in kind of like a transitory phase with regards to content direction. Okay? It's been a difficult last few months. For reasons that might never be clear to you, and that's okay. I just want to play video games, okay? For a little bit. Is that okay? Listen, I know none of you know what to think about anything right now. I know you're all just watching the news, like trying to do it yourself, going, whoa, wait, whoa, oh god, oh shit. Is that terror attack justified or not? Oh god. That school shooter. Is there nuance? I don't know. Oh god. But at the end of the day, okay? Sometimes you have to... Sometimes you just have to dive in the deep end, okay? Sometimes you can't have me holding your hand through these tough times forever. Why are you in pain? Because I seem to have a tear in my right tendon. Dwayne, thanks for the $5. Is not a box entitled to some rest every now and then? Oh. Which tendon? My Achilles. Poison Jack, don't worry. I've been just fishing around for treasure, so it doesn't really matter that much. And I can finish killing dragons later. Wow. Bad squat form. I don't know if squat form affects your tendons. I thought you were in pain because of the Arabs podcast and Hassan. Well, I got to see some Hassan content yesterday that was quite funny, so you guys will probably catch it soon. Wow. You guys are really taking that goal seriously this time. Connor, thanks for the $5. Thanks for coverage on international politics and wow, Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Is Learnerbox going to eat today when he could be spending that time covering the genocide? Disgusting, unsubbed. True. Facts. Pure facts. Oh. The Oreo's new video is claiming that Mika quit the internet. I mean, she spoke about quitting the internet. People like... She strikes me as the kind of person who would say, I'm quitting, and then get a shitload of support and be like, oh, cause and effect, eh? Okay. If I throw some shit at people, get shit thrown back at me, I can play the victim, pretend I'm about to quit, and then just do it again later and ride off of that. Oh my god, an OnlyFans player? A level 60? Wow! 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 Okay. Vazraka, thanks for the $5. Appreciate it. Why play at level 60? Because you do endgame content at level 60. Most of the content of the game is after level 60. Like you get to level 60, then you do all the like the big raids and the PvP stuff and the instances. And you gear up. Would you immediately restart at 1 if OnlyFans took you on? Yeah, probably. Still, yeah, because then I would probably be part of the whole... I don't know, it'd be interesting to see what that kind of pivot would do to viewership. And... Are you leveling this character for Elon? I really should, shouldn't I? Would anyone notice if I was doing that? Has that Snoopy person started again? No, they haven't. I can't see. Maybe they're taking a break now. Oh, Hydra's there, the priest. I remember this person from way back in the day. I heard there's an opening for an enchanter. Would you do politics again if gaming became super successful? Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm always going to have opinions on politics that I can't keep to myself, so... Yeah. I'd be ashamed to let that go. Ah! Right. XQC clip. Why? What's he saying? Explaining what back out means to pirate, okay? Summarizes the drama if I was soda. Okay. It won't let me do picture in picture, will it?
A bad pull. Basically, the tank over pulled 2 packs and a boss. We all played like dog shit. Going from there on, the druid butt pulled another pack on the way out. The call was made to run. I ran, and I ran further than other people wanted to, and then the call was made to not run. So I didn't run back in. And there was, at that point, it felt like there was no reason to run back in. At that point, I didn't really want to, and that's it.
It's so retroactive.
Guys.
Guys.
Next time I'm playing Bibles chat, okay? If some guy says back out in the middle of a fight, guys, I'm gonna do escape, leave back to the lobby. Guys, they said back out. They didn't say back out how far. Is it back to the corner? Is it back to spawn? Nope. Hey guys, I want to be on the safe side. I backed out back to the lobby. Like what a fucking
Yep. The thing is, he didn't... Okay, whatever. I know. He didn't... I know what he's doing. It's fine. We're not explaining it again. We're not explaining it again. He didn't just run straight out. He tried to do things. He just did all the wrong things and then decided to leave. That's the difference. Fuck me! Alright. Is what it is, you know?
I worked at Blizzard for 7 years. There's a whole lot of other people there that still know me. And all of these reports are going directly to them. They're well aware of the situation, and everybody who's messaging me, they're going to get read. It's kind of a dumbass thing to do, and I can't wait for all of them to get banned. Yep.
Bro. Why is this guy crashing the fuck out so hard for just being fucking dog shit at the game? This guy worked 7 years at the company and he's fucking ass crack at the game. Bro, that's just sad. Bro, guys, I'm not trying to be rude. That's just sad. Bragging that he worked with me for 7 years and brother cannot use a fucking rank 1 Blizzard on some fucking NPCs. It's not even PvP.
It's not even PvP, he's about to say. Fucked up. If I was Soda, okay. Roaching.
If I was Soda, I would kick this guy from the guild. Guys, if Soda had a backbone and didn't care about viewership like he used to, just ban the guy from the guild and don't allow him to play anymore. You wanna know why?
45 months.
In a crucial moment where people have to focus on gameplay and communicate and cooperate, the guy starts arguing and the guy starts to fucking create a weird like mauled dialogue.
Yep, okay. It's just Asmongold, isn't it? And Asmongold is obviously rage farming, so... Okay. I get rid of this other fucking bag that I don't need anymore. Actually, I could probably still use that, so I'll keep it. Especially if I'm going to Booty Bay where there's a bank. Tender crocolisk meat. Mystery meat! Wing. I haven't leveled my cooking. That's a problem. I'll just do that when I get 60. Okay. Or I'll never do it because it's a waste of time. You know what? I need to sell this. This is a good sell. I'll get like... Fuck, I'm like 20 gold away from my mount, guys. Guys! Fuck! Why did I vanish? Fucking retard. Okay. Didn't mean to do that.
What are you looking for?
What are you looking for? Oh, food. Nah, I got bandages. Give a shit. And cannibalize. True, Virtua. What? Right. No stream suggestions. Okay. Hmm. There isn't really. Why are people saying there's? Is there other content on this soda pop and shit? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. What? Hmm. Do you think BB really waited till Trump got into office to take the deal? It sounds beyond fucked up if so. I don't know what's going on. Again, BB is. I don't think people can ever like underestimate how self-serving and cynical Netanyahu is. So, you know,
Talk to me. Keep it
not
real.
putting it past him.
Time is money, friend.
Except, what? What are you doing? RP? What's wrong with him? What's happening?
What's up, yo?
Okay. Talk to Crank. Wow.
Time is money, friend.
Ooh. A spade.
Glad I could help.
Talk to the Ian. Oh, class spells. Nah, I'm saving up. We're taking huge risks. The mount is more important than being able to fight at an appropriate level. Okay. Oh.
What can I do for you?
What can I do for you?
Have a good one.
Shut up. Talk to Drizzlick. Where is this guy?
What's up? Keep it real. Time is money, friend.
Do I need these? Why not? One's good enough.
Hurry back.
You never know. Deposit all your Green Hills pages into the bank. What, now? It's funny that they only put this instruction in now when you would expect to have every single page at this point. Okay. See, the thing is I'm gonna... How do I... Wait. With this fucking bank option... How do I buy a new slot? Normally that would be an option in the game. What the fuck? 10 got... Fuck off! What am I supposed to do with all this space? Oh. Oh god. I don't have a bank character. I don't have a bank alt. It's disgraceful. Oh no. I'll get rid of this. I'll put this in. What? Wait, what's happening? Is it trying to smart insert the pages? I see what it's doing. Okay. What do I do? Wait. 8 slot. 8 slot. Okay, I can put the 10 slot where the 8 is. Okay, that gives me more room. Okay, that's a slight improvement. I'm way behind on mining, though. The thing with throw the rough stone for leveling engineering. This deep rock salt is going to be good for devil source shit, so I should keep that, right? Chapter 1. It's okay. I'll just survive with not that much backspace. It's okay. We're too lazy. Go away. Fuck off. Run to the deck and go to Ratchet. Okay. Do you need engineering as a rogue? You have Vanish. I mean, you should probably get engineering. Why are you keeping silk? Oh, I did keep a fuck ton of silk, didn't I? Because it was for bandages before, but I don't need it anymore. What the fuck are the cleanup options? Oh my god, that's so smart. I don't know what the fuck that did, but nice one. Yeah, let me take all the silk out. This is all just gonna get vendored. This is all vendor shit. Go! Get in! Okay. I don't know if I have enough of the pages, but okay. I've done 1 chapter. That's nice. What else am I depositing? Oh. Oh. Elemental fire can go in. Don't need that. Deep rock salt is to put in the auction house. This axe is to put in the auction house. That spade is just gonna get vendored. Thistle tea, right? Okay. Goggles, why not? Okay, that'll do.
Be good.
Be good. Target dummies are OP. Yeah, I know, but I just haven't done any. Oh shit! I'm gonna miss the boat. I always miss the boat. What if you do the thing where you can jump onto the side? It is possible. If I'm about to miss the boat, I could just jump there and you'll catch it. But it's quite dangerous because you could die of fatigue. Walk at an angle in case it starts moving. Come on! Come on! Oh, please flag so I can slay you. I'll be the captain. I will guide this ship. Right. Nick the Oreo said Mika's quitting the internet, did he? Who is Bo Blacks? Do I care who Bo Blacks is? Ethan Klein bullied a small creator. I have little sympathy. Okay. Marco Rubio hearing? Is that happening right now?
Entities around the region because they seek to become the dominant regional power. That's their stated goal, and it's been clear by the actions that they've taken. I think it is interesting that in a year in which, I think by October of this year, the Europeans and the E3 countries of the UK, France, and Germany have to confront whether they're going to do the snapback provisions or not, because Iran is clearly in violation of the agreement that we're no longer a part of. And in fact, IAEA inspectors have not even been in the country since 2021, if I'm correct. So I think early this week on Monday, they engaged the Europeans in talking about nuclear arrangements. So whether that's indicative of the direction they're going on that, we're going to find out. What cannot be allowed under any circumstances is a nuclear-armed Iran. What could not be allowed under any circumstances is an Iran and an Iranian regime that has the resources and the capability to restart and continue their sponsorship of terrorism. And what cannot be allowed under any circumstances is an Iran with the military capability of threatening and destabilizing its neighbors and potentially reaching the homeland as well, both kinetically and directly, and also through their surrogate groups who have long planned contingencies for attacks. And let us not forget that this is a group, these are individuals that have spent the last 5 years actively and openly plotting the assassination of the president-elect and of multiple members of previous administrations. Think about this for a moment. When is the last time you heard that a foreign government is actively, openly, and admittingly seeking to assassinate the former Secretary of State, the former and soon-to-be once again President of the United States, and others, and that people have been arrested for plotting that? This is who we're dealing with. And
about
anything
Iran.
that we do with Iran needs to be clear-eyed about who that regime is, but also who the people of Iran really are, and because they're not their leaders.
Marco, thank you. Shortly after the election and prior to Thanksgiving, I took a quick trip over to Central Asia. As I discussed that with you a bit, to Turkmenistan and Tajikistan. In fact, in the last 12 months, I visited all 5 of the Central Asian countries. In fact, I was bedded down, speaking of Iran, 20 miles from the Iranian
Whoa,
border,
he's
Ashgabat,
flagged.
Turkmenistan.
No, he's not.
They have the 4th largest reserves of natural gas in the world. But this is a part of the world that is often neglected, but of such strategic importance. You've got Iran, you've got Afghanistan, Russia, and certainly China, as they talk about living in a submarine, as they look at multi-vector diplomacy, want to engage with the United States as the Russians and Chinese are competing for their favor.
Wait, what the fuck is this? Destroy the Kodo skin scroll. Isn't this like 1,000,000 years old? What the fuck is this? I don't have that. I got rid of that ages ago. What am I doing? The black shit? What? Okay, so there is a quest here. Alright. I was just bugging out. Okay.
First trips that I made after the election.
Oh, you can donate cloth. I forgot that you could donate cloth and I just got rid of all my silk. Oh well. Whoops. Wait, did I?
Central Asia, there's not been a U.S.
Oh, I
senator in
didn't.
13 years. 13 years to Turkmenistan or Tajikistan. Very important strategically. One of the first goals of the caucus that Senator Gary Peters and I created of Central Asia is to repeal the Jackson-Vanik label on the region and extend permanent normal trade relations with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. I realize you have a lot of priorities on your plate when you will be confirmed as our secretary, but I would say rescinding it would be a good faith indication of the Jackson-Vanik requirements that Central Asia needs right now to grow. My question is, would you work with me and Senator Peters to have your team work with us to remove this designation?
Yeah, and I believe the permanent removal will require legislative action. I don't think Senator Murphy has a bill on that as well.
All news is reporting the ceasefire deal is done. Oh shit. Oh shit. I saw the Qatari PM said he's going to hold a briefing. Reports that Hamas has accepted the deal. But they haven't said terms yet, right? Terms aren't getting published until later. Am I wrong? Let's see. Set your Hearthstone to Camp Trojujujo.
Well, yours is the 3 countries. Look, I think this is a relic of an era that's passed. There are some that argue that we should use it as leverage for human rights concessions or leverage to get them to go stronger in our way as opposed to Russia and the like. But I think in some cases it's an absurd relic of the past. I think it's Kazakhstan.
You read the deal hinges on Hamas withdrawing from Gaza? No? The last I heard, which was only a few hours ago, was that Hamas were derailing over details, but I don't know.
What brings you here?
Right now, it doesn't, you know what, it doesn't actually look that different from the one in May, but I don't really remember what happened in May. I don't know, I remember, I just don't know what the exact truth of it was. it looked like Israel accepted a deal, and then Hamas said they accepted it, but it looks like, I think the allegation is that Hamas changed a bunch of the terms, and then Israel rejected that. But it looks like that deal is not too different from what's going on now. The last deal was basically they have a phased withdrawal and an exchange of hostages and prisoners, and it ends with a 5 to 10 year reconstruction of Gaza with the IDF completely gone, like completely withdrawn from the strip. I don't think they're going to withdraw from the entire strip this time, though. I think they're still staying in the corridors, but not sure. Like, I think there's one thing I heard from an Arab source was them talking about maps. Like, they want to know exactly where the IDF is going to stay. Any change in the West Bank? Not that I know of. Israeli media are saying it's basically the same deal as one from May. Yeah, I know. Which makes me wonder why they're accepting something that they seem to be not interested in. That they shot down in 9 months ago. Is it because of the phases? We're waiting. No, this is all just news reports again. We're waiting for the announcement. But so we can actually know the terms. For real, for real. Where am I going? Is this the right direction? What the fuck? It's there. Okay. Huh. Is there actual evidence it will be accepted? Yeah, it looks like every sources from all sides are saying that this is like very, very, very close. Yeah, that is very optimistic. Yeah. Which is different from every other version of these deals, right? Fly to Shadow Prey Village. Where the fuck is that? Where is Shadow Prey Village? Desolus. Oh, Desolus Part 2. Let's go! Don't you love it? Doesn't it make you so happy? Me, 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 me. Huh! Sky is saying it's been agreed. Yeah, I mean, a couple of hours ago, the Qatari PM said he's going to announce it. Like, he's scheduled an announcement for this evening. Holy chill, you guys. We're just waiting. What we know now is, okay, everyone's saying that it's accepted, it's going through, and that they're going to announce it in the evening. We're going to know the terms exactly in the evening.
Greetings.
Because right now, sources, even ones in Israel or Arab ones who are close to the negotiators, are being like, nah, we don't want to talk that much about details. Sorry, fuck you. Israel and Hamas accepted, but no one asked me if I approve. True. Facts. Straight facts. Was Desolus Part 1 banging? Not really. Desolus is shit. Oh, Maraudon would be the next instance, wouldn't it? Because I don't think I'm going to be expected to do... I don't want to watch this. I really don't care. Alright. I just want to vibe. Speedrun guide. They don't tell you instances, but Decimus, then Tanaris and Dustwallow. I'm still way ahead of the guide, which is cool. It's good and safe. Oh, Zulfarak. Ah. That would be a Tanaris chain, right? Level 44. Yeah, I saw there's one story about this fucking ceasefire meeting, and the Israelis saying we can't do it on Shabbat, and one of Trump's aides going, I don't give a fuck about Shabbat. Mate. Elder Crocolisks, strength and agility boots. Cute. Oh, they look better than the ones I have. My gear is so ugly. Why? I guess if you're undead, like, it makes everything look ragged anyway, but... Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Accept Portals of the Legion. Don't mind if I do. I just want to listen. Stop telling me to play other games, okay? I just want to get really sweaty up to 60, not die, probably order a bunch of fucking Deliveroo whilst I do it, okay? And then I want to go back to work as usual once I've sorted out a few things behind the scenes, okay? That's my plan. In case you guys are wondering, that's my plan, okay? But right now, I am locked the cock in, okay? Delivery do, is that Australian DoorDash? Okay. Wow, nice horn. God, I used a lot of Vanish yesterday, didn't I? 6 of them. So the next dungeons would be... I don't think I want to do Uldaman, do I? Uldaman's kind of shit. And I've done Scarlet Monastery. What about loot? Are there any items that I need going forward? Dungeons. This is dungeon locations. Scarlet Monastery. Is this just Atlas? Is this just telling me where things are? What the fuck? Where's Atlas loot? Hey! Oh, here. So... it would be... Razorfan Downs? Is there anything I need here? Arachnid gloves. These shoulders are good. I remember I spent 2 or 3 whole days as a teenager trying to solo this boss, or duo this boss, to get these shoulders. Cold Rage Dagger. Not bad, but I'm fine without it. So not really Razor Fan. I don't need the shoulders that bad. Uldaman. Not really. No. Literally no need to do that place. Zul'Farrak. Well, there's quests. Zul'Farrak is good for XP. It's very good for XP. And weapons. That's a good weapon. That's a very good weapon. Oh. That's... These boots are good. They look stupid, but okay. Alright. Whatever. It's not too important, though. There's nothing I would need to go for loot. Where is it you get Blood Razor again? Do they tell you? Dungeons, raids, PvP, collections, crafting. No, they don't look at world loot drop chances. Yeah, well. Where am I going? Horn is bumble. Okay. CNN is stop, you fucking idiots. Like, yeah, every source is saying now that it's been agreed and that there's an announcement in the evening from the Qatari PM. Oh god. Breaking news, man. It turns people into fucking animals. This is you guys. Breaking news. Look, I just threw the breaking news at you and now you're all gathering around it like a bunch of fucking hyenas. Wow, oh my god, a source said that, another source said that, a report said. It's one source probably told someone, and now every fucking outlet is saying the same thing, but it all comes within like 30 to 40 minutes of the other, so it all looks like it's new. Oh my god, CNN is saying it now, bro. CNN's saying it because someone else said it. Someone else is saying it because someone else said it. And someone else is saying it because someone else said it. There are probably like 20 to 30 people on Earth who know what's going on, and everyone else is just going off the same fucking headline. Like, God. Oh my god, Trump is saying it, sources. Just wait, guys. In 5 minutes, Alex Jones is going to say that there's a ceasefire deal, okay? And you guys are going to ape the shit out.
Time is money, friend.
You're literally the meme. Like, who's the guy? That stupid fucking, that shitty right-wing comedian? Talking about the parakeets? Who is this guy? Who is that stupid comedian? Dr. Fauci! American comedian, COVID, 1 mask, 2 mask. Is his name Corolla? The 1 mask, 2 mask. Is it this guy?
I'll wear a mask. This is the rules are arbitrary in a lot of places. I went to a gym. You had to wear a mask inside, but you can take it off while you're working.
No, this isn't the guy. It's the guy who's like really, really loud. And is it Jim Brewer? Oh yeah, it's this guy. It's this fucking moron. Yeah. How is it 8 minutes long?
The Delta coming out. Well, thank you all for
This is you guys, okay?
coming out and risking your lives. There's still people going, you're not really going out in public indoors, are you?
It's you.
The Delta, the Omega, the Charlie Brown.
No. Where is it? Where's the parakeets?
How long am I supposed to stay there? We'll come get you when it's safe. The vaccinators, you were real cocky a couple months ago. I got vaccinated. Got my second shot.
Oh, the cockatoos.
April
There we go.
19th.
Okay.
And remember, if you see any children playing uns outside together, report them and their parents. This is for your safety.
Woo.
6 foot safe.
This is you guys.
And then the
Here.
news cockatoos come out.
That's you guys. The news calling. Oh my god, that's you
Watch
guys.
the news. Watch the news.
He's so observant.
Trust the experts. Trust the experts.
This is you guys. A source said. A source said.
Trust the science. Trust the science. CDC, CDC, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Fauci. Mask on, mask off, 2 shots, 1 shot, mask on, 2 masks. Ah!
This is you guys.
Comply, comply.
6.
All right, there you go. That's you guys waiting for breaking news. Okay, that's. Now I understand him. Okay, I used to think he was kind of retarded, but now I'm completely in fucking sync with this man. He just got it wrong. Trust the news reports. Trust the. Trust the Arab sources. I'm sorry. One corridor, 2 corridor, ceasefire deal. Okay. I have so little respect for everyone in my chat now. One hostage, 2 hostages. All right. Demon portals. Okay, I don't mind if I do. One state, 2 state. A source said. A source said. Oh my god, I can actually see the quest item easily. That's so cool. Ah! Big demon. Look at the size of that axe. Imagine needing to get swung at like 20 times by that thing to die. Did you hear that pirate software roached out? Nah, that's news to me, buddy. He what? 1,000-pound bomb, 2,000-pound bomb. Bang, bang. Okay. I stop. I stop. Oh. Hello. Give me your rod. Huh. Fuck, that's a strong shadow bolt. Okay. Don't plague my mind. Wait, really? Can I only find one of these guys? Much aid will go in, 600 trucks. Really? This is... Yeah, it's all... Stop. 500 trucks, 600 trucks, back! Okay, where... How big are the trucks? I can't believe that was a thing. How big are the trucks? What's the CC on their engine? Like Mario Kart. I'm dying. Oh, here we go. Boom. Oh, I need to do my poisons. Fuck. The way undead rogues dodge is so cool. The little woof. I'm soying out. I'm getting sway. Oh, you can do it from a distance. Wait, can you? Why isn't it doing it? I have to kill the guy.
Health warning.
Health warning! Big strong man. I can't cannibalize. I just have to go. Low health. Like a wounded creature. Oh. Huh. I can do this. That's a good trick. One minute. What's this channel called again?
So I've made a couple videos now.
This video is quite cool. Saw a bit of it.
Now on how right-wing YouTubers lie about history, so I figured it's time to talk about how one left-wing YouTuber lies about history. Let's talk about Hakim, specifically his video on the German-Soviet Pact before the Second World War. This video has 100,000 views. This is what, why, how, and that's what the video's about.
Channel is called What Why How. They're a small YouTuber. You should go have a look. Because they deserve to be bigger. They're good.
If you like this sort of thing, don't forget to subscribe and support me on Patreon for early previews of future videos. I'll probably make one on the Kaiser Wilhelm soon. For this one, as usual, I put my citations down below. Okay, so who is this Hakim guy?
Who is he?
Hakim is one of the largest communist YouTubers. He's buddies with a couple other communist creators who make the sort of videos that you'd expect. Criticizing American foreign policy, criticizing liberalism, so on, from a communist POV. But you know what, this isn't Content Cop Hakim edition, this is a video specifically on how Hakim misrepresents and downplays the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that was signed between Germany and the Soviet Union on the eve of the Second World War. Hakim's video title denies that any such pact existed, even though he shows photos of it in the video. Okay, so maybe that's just a clickbait title. But besides that, in the actual video, he downplays the pact over and over, insisting the Soviet Union had no choice but to make a deal with the devil. Hakim also downplays, or ignores, what the Soviet Union did after the pact too. For example, he makes repeated references to the Red Army's mistakes in Poland, without mentioning that those—
You know, looking back at this video, because I was watching a bit of this video off stream, looking back at the way Hakim presented this, I think his problem is that he just heard one very biased pro-Soviet POV on Molotov-Ribbentrop and then just kind of rolled with it. But the way he talks about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact makes it sound like he doesn't really understand anything about the event, because it's like the way he puts his sentences together and the way he kind of like jumps from one point to the other, and he'll say something that gets contradicted by something else later on. I think he just doesn't have any basic understanding of what even happened, which is why it just sounds so like it sounds incoherent more than like deliberately dishonest propaganda and shit. So yeah, I don't know. It's probably a bit of both, but oh shit! Don't chain pull! No! Why is he doing it? The fuck? Does this guy even want to join, or? Okay. I'll just let him do his patrol. Come on. He was on a walk. That's how any tanky does any historical event. Yeah, I guess it is, because, like, obviously anyone who's a tanky who wants to talk about, like, Weimar Germany is, like, the only thing they know about is the Spartacist revolt. They know nothing about what happened for the next 10, 15 years, but, yeah, I guess it's the same with the MR Pact. Like, he doesn't seem to have any understanding of the surrounding context at all, like, the way he talks about it.
Those mistakes were actually the massacres of innocent civilians and the deportation of a gigantic number of innocent people into camps in Siberia and Central Asia. He just shrugs those off, he ignores them, so we'll talk about that as well. But Hakim also completely forgets to mention how the Soviet Union wasn't just satisfied with splitting Poland with Germany, but invaded a whole bunch of other countries too, all while providing key material aid to the German war machine as it fought Britain and France. They provided food and war materials to Germany during the Second World War. The Soviet Union was a willing and eager friend to the Third Reich.
Wait, focus. This lord is probably immune to crippling poison? No, I didn't fucking load it because I got aggroed. Okay, he's on half health. Okay. Showdown! Aha! He still strikes hard with his bare fists. Back off. Huh. Mend your wounds. Be careful. Huh. A good fight, my friend. Okay. Where are these fucking portals? I still have to do one? Alright.
Historical fact. They even sought an alliance with Germany in November 1940. This only changed when the Führer invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, shocking Stalin. The Soviet Union's failure to appropriately prepare for the war cost millions upon millions of innocent people their lives.
Billions.
The Soviet government failed both on a moral and strategic level, and it was only through the sacrifice of its people that German troops didn't make a lake out of Moscow. The reason why Hakim downplays, ignores, and denies any wrongdoing on the part of the Soviet Union is because his video serves a larger purpose. His video is actually not about history. It's a political video from a political channel. Now, alright, I'm not a communist, I'm not talking about communism, but I have no problem admitting that my country, the United States, has done and is doing plenty of horrible things. You might love the Soviet Union, you might love communism, but ask yourself, did the Soviet Union ever do anything bad on purpose? Or was it all just a mistake, just a tiny accident? Or if it was on purpose, maybe it was just the fault of a few bad actors. Because that's the exact same justification blind nationalists use to defend their favorite country. It's the same corrupt thought process Zoomer historian uses to defend Germany in World War II as well. It is only by recognizing the mistakes of the past that we can build a better future. It sounds cliched, but it's legitimately true. History is about understanding the world, not twisting it to serve as blind propaganda. Now, right off the bat, I imagine that I'm going to get a lot of reflexive, negative feedback from fans of Hakim or fans of mine who might be of the far left persuasion.
Take him
You're
down,
probably typing
boys.
up stuff like,
Fascist.
who cares, the Soviets were the ones who beat Germany after all, or America was worse.
I love how he's steelmanning them. Like, they're going to call you a Nazi and a fascist. And a liberal. Worst of all, kill Carl Jen. Oh no. Big horse. Big horse warrior with friends. I will incapacitate this one and then kill his big friend. No, I'll kill your friend first. I'm training. That's how you do it in RP. He died defending his master. But it was in vain. Shield, mace, big beard. Threat assessment. Huh! Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Oh! Disarm! Fuck! I'm sorry, my friend. Huh! Okay.
So on. First, just because, this is important, just because person B was worse doesn't mean anything person A did is permissible, that we should just ignore all of it. All of Stalin's atrocities I discussed later in the video did not need to happen in order to beat Germany. In fact, they weakened the Soviet Union, making it harder for them to fight Germany. The victims did not need to suffer. But you know what? That's enough yapping. Let's get to the video. Now, Hakim's video starts off by recommending this podcast episode, How Stalin Tried to Prevent World War II with Michael Jabara Carly. After listening to this episode, it's pretty clear that Hakim based his entire video on it. This is especially clear because his other sources don't really seem to build up his central argument, but instead just random tertiary claims. Now, I don't want to get too much into detail about Carly, but it's pretty clear from a quick glance at his tweets and articles about current events that he's fallen off his rocker and blindly supports anything opposed to America, including fascist Russia and its invasion of Ukraine. This sort of biased person is not the right historian to exclusively base your whole video on, because they can very easily introduce their bias into their writings, twisting even archival documents to serve their own personal political preference. Carly does seem to be a great researcher, but if you want an honest view of history, if you want an honest interpretation of that research, you need other historians too. The key is balance. But okay, that's enough yapping. Again, let's hear from Hakim himself.
Hello. We hear a lot about a supposed Hitler-Stalin pact, and much noise is made trying to link by extension two wildly differing ideologies and nations together through some forced horseshoe theory nonsense. If you're unaware, the horseshoe theory claims that the far left and the far right, rather than being at opposite and opposing ends of a linear political continuum, are instead incredibly similar. This is the sort of brain-dead take you'd expect from so-called liberals who consider themselves enlightened when doing their both sides are bad shtick. Historically, the so-called liberal center has always immediately sided with the far right when it came down to it, while the far left was the only one to have any real form of successful and organic resistance. But that's not why I'm here today. Let's discuss the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Like, he said, everything is so loaded. He's so fucking funny, man. Like, how can you take this shit seriously? Ceasefire is signed. Really? Is that what the report said? I'm gonna die. I'm gonna fucking die. What the fuck? This one ad came. Bro, get me the fuck out of here. Can we just stop, please? Okay, thank you. What am I supposed to do with all this? Did I do something wrong? Whoa.
Okay, so immediately Hakim is setting out a political agenda. He wants to defend the Soviet Union from charges that it collaborated with Germany because it makes his team look bad. He doesn't want his ideology associated with the bad guys. He even shoots off an accusation that the Allies were actually the ones who collaborated with Germany with the Munich Agreement of 1938. Even though, of course, Munich paled in comparison to the deals Stalin later signed with Germany. In order for the Munich Agreement to even be in the same league as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, we'll talk more about that later, France would need to, I don't know, invade Czechoslovakia alongside Germany, which it didn't, by the way.
No?
It's clear that Hakim is
That's
stuck
crazy,
in a
chat.
Cold War siege mentality where he has to defend or shrug off everything the Soviet Union did because it's his political, tribal affiliation. But what if the USSR, and yes, Britain and France, but especially the USSR, what if they just did something bad? Is that so crazy to accept? But let's keep watching.
Let's discuss the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Note, the USSR and the Stalin era specifically was an incredibly nuanced episode of history. There are no great men, history is made by people and material conditions. Actions aren't taken in a vacuum, but instead are affected by real deficits and changes as they occur. Very rarely does something in history happen because someone is crazy, whatever that means. Much more commonly, we're
Although it's a lot more likely to happen that way if you're in a dictatorship, right? Like, so in dictatorships, unfortunately, especially autarchies, or was it autocracies, then you are going to end up in a situation where, like, the whims of one fucking leader, one arbitrary leader can actually shape the course of history quite hard. Like, Stalin didn't appease the Nazis to the point that he did because of material conditions. Like, when he was getting warnings from everyone about the Germans assembling near the border, he upped his shipment of supplies to the Nazis. That wasn't because of material conditions. That was actually because of mistaken opinion on material conditions. He thought that by giving the Nazis more, they would be appeased. They would back off. He basically did appeasement, like, in his own form. Because he was such a hardcore materialist that he thought the Nazis were so beholden to capitalist impulses that they would just be kept quiet by more fucking supplies, like more iron ore and shit. Like, it was such a cataclysmic failure because of idealism, because of the ideals of Stalin. Okay.
Simply missing or refusing to investigate the context. You don't have to like the USSR to be fair to the conditions it found itself in, nor do you need to agree with the actions taken just because you can understand why a certain action was taken. Broaden your mind a little, don't insult your intelligence, and be better than those that lap up the laziest pop history propaganda. Let's get started.
Hakim makes a fair point here, I'll give him that. We'll see this over the next few minutes, but the Soviet Union was not in a position to be especially idealistic in its foreign policy in the late 1930s. But the same goes for the Western Allies too. If I were the Prime Minister of Britain, I would have done a lot of things differently. I'm sure Hakim would have too, but I'm bringing hindsight that Chamberlain didn't have. How about I throw out a little Marx for you to win back some of the communists that are probably angry at me. Men make their own history, Marx writes, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. But we also shouldn't let nuance, or whatever Hakim says, prevent us from understanding real decisions. Stalin wasn't some low-level bureaucrat, he was the power in the Soviet Union. Michael Jabarov-Karli admits that he killed thousands upon thousands of any people who possibly could oppose him in the Soviet Union. So it's fairly obvious he could have made different choices, just like the leaders of Britain and France could have as well.
A frequent trope we hear is this: the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a military alliance between the USSR and Nazi Germany. This framing usually follows attempts of paralleling the USSR and Nazi Germany, and by extension socialism and fascism, in an ideological attempt at painting a certain strand of liberalism as apart and somehow more legitimate.
I love it that he's like, in the beginning of this video, Hakim basically admits that he is driven by the agenda that if it were true that there was an alliance between the Soviets and the Nazis, then that would make communism look really bad. And that's what makes him, that's why it needs to be false. Like, he's already basically like revealing his hand. It's very funny.
To the concepts of integrity, quote-unquote being on the right side of history, etc., than socialism. Note that this rarely is used against fascism and is intended solely to paint socialism in a bad light. I wonder why.
Okay, so Hakim is making 2 points here. One, critics of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact have a political motive, and two...
What a fucking stupid... Oh god, I remember watching this video now. What an unbelievably retarded thing to say. What should the reverse be? Like, oh, fuck Nazis for hanging out with communists, for dealing with communists? Is that the reverse? The reason you levy that criticism at communists, Hakim, you fucking idiot, is because communists present themselves as the vanguard of anti-fascism. They call themselves the first line of defense against fascism. So obviously that criticism is going to hold a lot stronger if they go and make a deal with a fascist, right? Like Molotov-Ribbentrop, and split up countries with them and do a joint military parade with them where both banners are flying. When a fascist says, we're going to conquer Eastern Europe to establish the fucking Lebensraum, then yeah, you're going to be like, oh yeah, they're doing what they say they're going to do. Yeah, you can condemn it in its own right because it's what they did was probably the worst crime of human history. But why would you attack them for making deals with communists? That's what they're expected to do. They were expected to pragmatically and cynically exploit the vulnerability of other countries and the bad decisions of their dictators, like Stalin, to their own ends. Trump is taking full credit for the ceasefire. Based. Was it his aide who was at the negotiations, or was it still the State Department? Who was dealing with them? Oh. Ceasefire deal is making me both depressed and relieved at the same time. The press conference is about to begin. Okay, well, apologies to what, why, how. I don't think we'll have time for that full video, but it's good. You can go watch it if you wish. So where is the conference? Is it... View of Khan Yunis as the ceasefire is announced. Oh, is the goat watching it? Yes! Our spiritual leader.
That's also in Gaza.
Yes!
We have 2 live shots from Gaza.
Give us your guidance. Yes, 2 shots from Gaza. Wow! Wow! Give us guidance.
I got to put something else on the screen now.
Come on, Steve. Oh, it's the Qatar, yeah, the Qatari press conference, yeah. Odds of Wikipedia claiming victory for Hamas. They've probably already done it, right?
Let me just get a caption up there. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Thanks for your patience.
I have to go back to the guy. Okay, no problem. I like a good 1,000-yard walk. Don't mind if I do, Bob. Celebrations in Khan Yunis? To be fair, guys, looking at the terms of the deal so far, it might actually be a win for Hamas. If it gives them any opportunity to get back to business as usual and just, prepare for another war in 5-10 years, that is a pretty fat win for Hamas. Again, to quote the late great Henry Kissinger. He did a lot of bad things. He said a lot of bad things. But one thing he said that was completely true was that what was the quote again? That if a conventional army loses, it doesn't win. And if the guerrilla force doesn't lose, it wins. The conventional army loses if it doesn't win. The guerrilla wins if he does not lose. In other words, Israel's goal was destroy Hamas, kill Hamas. Hamas's goal was don't die. So obviously, if Hamas is still around, that's a W for Hamas. At least the hostages get to go back home. That's nice, you know. Would the PA theoretically have the means to go in and govern Gaza? Don't know. We don't know the terms of the ceasefire. As the great Nobel Peace Prize winner once said. What does this mean for Trump?
Yeah, this is Khan Yunis. All right, so again, we're looking at 2 live shots from Gaza. Oh, hold on, it changed. What happened here? I messed it up. I messed something up. Give me a moment. Why did they both change? They're not both Khan Yunis. They should be 2 different things. Hold on a second here. What is going on here? Okay, sorry. I messed myself up. That one is Dyer el-Balagh.
Dyer el-Balagh. Salam alaikum, Habibi. Gorlami.
I spell it right?
He spelled it right. There's
Yes.
a million ways to spell Arabic words in
Oh,
English.
We lost the AFP shot, so I'm not going to worry about that for right now.
Okay.
Okay, let me get you some updates. Sorry, I just wanted to get that stuff on the screen. We need this there. All right, if you're just joining us, big
That's
news
me.
out of the Middle East. Multiple reports and President-elect Trump say that Israel and Gaza have reached a ceasefire deal. Israel and Hamas have reached a ceasefire deal in Gaza. And we're waiting for the live official announcement from Qatar, where we have the live shot there.
Oh, shit.
And this is, the reports we're hearing is a 6-week initial ceasefire with the intention of making it permanent, but we'll see if that happens. And a permanent end to the war that started in October of 2023. And initially, we're hearing that 33 of the around 100 hostages would be released during those 6 weeks, and hundreds of Palestinian prisoners released. I have an updated article from Reuters, by the way. Reuters says the agreement outlines a 6-week initial ceasefire phase and includes the gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces from the Gaza Strip and the release of hostages held by Hamas in exchange for Palestinian prisoners held by Israel. Phase 1 entails the release of 33 Israeli hostages, including all women, children, and men over 50. Again, Reuters reports that Phase 1 of the deal includes the release of 33 Israeli hostages, including all women, children, and men over 50. Reuters reports that negotiations on implementing the second phase of the deal will begin by the 16th day of Phase 1, and the second phase is expected to include the release of all remaining hostages, a permanent ceasefire, and the complete withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. The third phase is expected to address the return of all remaining dead bodies and the start of Gaza's reconstruction, supervised by Egypt, Qatar, and the United Nations.
Oh, yeah. There were 2 fucking babies that were taken hostage, weren't there? There was like there were 2 infants that were taken hostage. I forgot about them. I completely forgot about them. I wonder if they're going to be included. I think, is it still dead or alive for the 33? Is it still dead or alive? That's what it was last time. Hamas said we'll give them back dead or alive. It's 23 alive, 10 dead. Oh shit. Have they said which ones are dead? Or is that just like a we'll find out when the time comes? Thanks for the $5, Dwayne. Excuse to give Loanerbox money and see confetti. Hey, we did the 10 out of 10, guys. Well done. Thanks so much. Wait, I missed a few. Was I away? What the fuck? Jane Socks, thanks for the $10. Bread for the gamer. I really appreciate that. Ben, thanks for the 25 PLN. And Honkler, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Never played WoW. Should I play Classic or other one? I'm so sorry. Why did I miss those subs? What was I doing? What was I doing?
Wow.
Playing WoW. Wow.
Thank you to
true.
Caleb Brock
True
and
indeed.
JM for the gift memberships. Thank you. And Julio Limos and Tina Fry and Kender and Gabriel Moro and Bebop and Rocksteady and Baby Blue Sky Baby Blue Sky says, is Trump responsible for the release of hostages or just taking credit? I can't tell you. I don't know to what degree the Biden administration and or the Trump administration are responsible. I can't answer that for you.
Okay. Lex was right all along. What? That people need to sit down and discuss peace and love. Is that why? Are the terms different from the May deal? My understanding is that they are slightly different, but I don't know in exactly which way. There are a lot of details that are still being kept discreet, as far as I know. There's not any published detail yet, like there was with Lebanon. And when the Lebanon ceasefire went through, they published in full the text of the deal. It wasn't
I am
confidential.
checking for updates here as we wait for the official announcement.
We'll compare details when it's confirmed. Exactly, yeah.
Oh, I have an update here. The Washington Post says the first phase of the deal calls for a 6-week ceasefire and the release of an initial 33 hostages, followed by subsequent releases during that period. A second U.S. official said 3 hostages would be released within 48 to 72 hours of the agreement, along with a still unknown number of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israeli jails and an increased flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza. So the Washington Post reports that the first 3 hostages would be released within 48 to 72 hours of the agreement. Our viewer David Brontoberger says we will see.
Who's Hamas's new leader? It's not Khaled Mashal, is it? The new interim
Maybe
leader.
I'll make this a little bigger for you.
It's the guy whose name I can't remember.
While we wait
It's,
for the announcement from Qatar.
Is it Darwish? Yeah.
Washington Post says during a second phase of the deal, the ceasefire is expected to continue
It's Mohammed
while
Sinwar.
all the remaining hostages and Palestinian prisoners.
Wait, no. Did something change then? Did Darwish die? Is that why? Because what's this from August? Fuck off. Check stream suggestions. Oh no, Trump on Truth Social, eh? Nice! We love that. Let's get our sources combined. Okay. Mohammed Sinwar. Okay. All right. All right, guys. New sub goal, okay? Fuck! All right. There we go. Is it back? No, it's not a sub goal. It's a fucking super chat goal, bruh. Where is it? Waiting on. Okay, new sub goal, guys. Where the fuck is the new goal? Why is it not? Okay, I'll do it again. Hang on. Is it not showing? Okay, there we go. Okay, now there's a new sub goal. Okay, nice. It's Sinwar's brother. Okay. Right, we're gonna... Okay, listen, we need to do politics. Okay, politics streamer. Fucking video games. We need to go segment. We need to go segment. Fuck, I wish I remembered what happened in the fucking May ceasefire deal. Oh, God. One minute. Do you not have notes? No. I told myself for a very long time that I was going to get notes. So stop watching Twitch. Fuck off. On... The three-phase mechanism hasn't changed. I know that. I know that much. The number of hostages has changed. Okay. Holy shit, biochemistry chemist. Thanks for the 99.
Finally done with gaming. Eyes.
No, not completely. Just to cover this. Mostly. Is this what the stream has become? A nuanced politics discussion instead of banging WoW hardcore gameplay and LSF reacts? Will it ever go back? Oh shit. Are you disappointed? Damn. What a journey. What a mess. What an insane fucking mess, man. Okay. What is the goat saying? I'm gonna get some notes.
Maybe I should put up there, well, the time in Israel right now is 7:59 p.m. in Israel. $8:59 p.m. in Qatar.
My city is giving
You are
out
looking at a
sweets.
shot on the left from Khan Yunis, Gaza. The Times of Israel says an Arab official tells the Times of Israel that there are several minor issues that will be finalized after the agreement begins to be implemented.
Hey. Oh, this is the basic principles. Okay. Peace and love. Okay. That's what I heard as well. There was implementation issues going on. Stage. Okay. Stages. 42 days. First phase. 42 days. And that is a temporary cessation of operations and Israeli withdrawal from dense areas. Halt to reconnaissance for 10 hours a day. The return of the displaced to their areas of residence and Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Valley. Hmm. 600 trucks per day of relief. Changes of is per hostage. The Israeli PM office is still saying there's no ceasefire deal. Interesting. Yeah, troll. What's all this? Hamas releases detainees on the third day, so this is all fine tuning implementation. UNRWA, etc. Rehabilitation of infrastructure. Second phase. What if he's just going back to containment? What if he's just like, we've just mowed the lawn incredibly hard and we can just... PP is doing takia. Sustainable calm. Agree on future hostage exchange. Third stage for another 42 days. Is it full withdrawal like the last one? Exchanging of bodies. Beginning reconstruction. And for 3 to 5 years. This is probably going to be... So are they only agreeing to the first phase? It looks like the details of the phase 2 and 3 are going to be... This is just like a principle thing, isn't it? They're going to agree on details later. There's no full withdrawal. Well, ending the complete siege. So that sounds like a full withdrawal, no? Because they could have agreed to this months ago. Yeah, it seems like it, yeah. Ooh, okay. Are they fully leaving Netzarim and Philadelphia? I don't know. I don't know. I think Hamas was kicking up a fuss about Philadelphia like just today. Let's see. I also need to look at this. They're leaving Netzarim. Okay. Where'd you see that? I don't see that here. Oh, it says, well, Netzarim Axis. Is that what that is? Nothing's been said about who will govern Gaza because that's not in the first phase. Reconstruction of Gaza is later on. That's like third phase. Okay, 1 minute though. I just need to double check. Okay. The paycheck you get from Israel will stop. Adam, please keep saying that. Nothing hurts me more than when people accuse me of being paid by the Israeli government because it just like exposes the stupidity of my critics so hard. Please do it. Please keep doing it. Please. Please keep doing it. Okay. Whoa. All right, guys. Breaking news. Wow. Breaking. Gather round. Screw your faces to your televisions. Don't look away. Stare at your phone. Stare at your laptop. Stop gooning. Put your socks on. It looks like there's been an announcement that Israel and Hamas have agreed to a ceasefire. What does that mean? What are the terms? Who won? Let's look into it. Well, we're awaiting an announcement currently from the Qatari Prime Minister, who's going to announce finally, but it looks like officials on all sides are fairly confident that at the very least, the first phase of a 3-phase plan has been agreed to. Ironically, it looks very similar. It looks very similar so far to the 3-phase plan that was put on the table in May, quite a while ago then, May, about 7 or 8 months ago. And the understanding, I believe, is that that ceasefire deal started with Israel saying, yeah, we agreed to this in principle, balls in your court, Hamas. Then Hamas says yes, changes some terms, and then Israel says no to that. But that thing that Hamas seemed to say yes to and Israel said no to, this is quite similar. But there are differences. There are some differences, and how crucial they are is going to matter. So you can look at the terms here, stage 1, 2, and 3. You'll notice stage 2 and 3 are much more skinny than phase 1. That's because the details have only really been ironed out and agreed on for phase 1. Phase 2 and 3 is still yet to be determined. For example, phase 2 involves a negotiation. So second phase is basically like an Oslo Accords thing. It's like an agreement to have an agreement, you know? It's an agreement to talk about an agreement. So it looks like 42 days henceforth is more or less set. It's going to involve a temporary cessation of military hostilities. It's going to involve some technicalities, like they're not going to do air reconnaissance operations for 10 hours a day. There's going to be a return of displaced people to their areas of residence, including Netzarim, you know, the area where Israel has a corridor going through it, including there. 600 trucks a day of relief and humanitarian aid, and the exchange of 33 Israeli hostages, some of whom are dead. So some will just be the bodies. These would be women, children, and men over 50, mainly. And it seems to be that Hamas are going to be getting 30 to 50 prisoners per hostage. If the hostages are soldiers, it's 50. If they're just civilians, it's 30. Some of these people who are getting released from the Israeli prisons are people with life sentences. So for the same reason as May, among other reasons. Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. Ben-Gvir for 100% has threatened to walk out if this deal gets accepted, to leave the government, which means that Netanyahu's coalition will be lacking to be a majority. Smotrich might be going. He threatened to leave last time over a similar deal to this in May. But it does look like, honestly, if this deal is the way it's laid out, and there is a lot of conditionality on phase 2 and 3, because there's no resolution yet on whether or not Israel is going to allow Gaza to remain in government when the IDF leaves. There's also, I think, Arab negotiators are still questioning details about implementation over maps. And if they're talking about maps, that probably suggests that the IDF are not going to have a complete exit, which is what was asked for in May. So that's a bit different as well. So how much the IDF actually stays along the perimeters of Gaza, or if they keep any parts of any corridor, is still up for dispute, I think. But ultimately, we are waiting for a very final confirmation from the Qatari Prime Minister. And from then on, it's honestly, the way that this looks right now is it looks very much like a win for Hamas. And you might think, well, Hamas just had the shit kicked out of them for 15 months. How could this be a win? Well, it looks like a win because if this deal is actually as close to the previous one as it appears, then that just means Israel wasted 6 or 7 months. Completely just wasted it. It also suggests that Israel's goal of destroy Hamas has not been achieved. And if you are a conventional army, if you don't achieve all your objectives, if you don't win, you've lost. If you're a guerrilla force like Hamas, if you don't all die, then you've won. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And there's also all kinds of technicalities, like the Palestinian prisoners who get released can't just be rearrested on the same charges that they were jailed under. So yeah, it's a propaganda win for Hamas. It might even be a practical win for Hamas. I'd be really curious to see how this third stage goes, which involves a beginning of a reconstruction plan for Gaza for 3 to 5 years. Because if Hamas oversees this, that's a win, because we just go back. What do you think Hamas is going to do in 3 to 5 years? Hamas's leaders, the ones who are still around, people like Khaled Mashal, people like Ghazi Hamad, like these people have never said that they want to recognize Israel and go to a new phase of relations in the Middle East. They've never said they want to accept the two-state solution or stop trying to attack Israel. They've never said that. So if we do get 3 to 5 years of Hamas reconstructing, they are going to reconstruct. They're going to learn their lessons from this war, and they're going to reconstruct so they can go for another one. We'll be back to phase 1. We'll be back to square one again. So if that happens, and if this deal goes the way it seems to be going, it looks like Hamas have managed to pull something from the jaws of defeat. The only thing I can imagine is, based on what I've heard from Israeli sources, would be that it would be that it's possible that if they're talking about maps and they're talking about the layout of Gaza after the war, it's possible that the IDF are going to have some kind of arrangement in Gaza so that they can just react almost like instantly to any kind of Hamas recuperation. Like if they see military equipment or if they see tunnels getting rebuilt, then they just go and airstrike like within 5 minutes. Like that's maybe because that was the whole point of the corridors or just like the border presence. And even Gallant said that they don't necessarily need the Philadelphia corridor to be able to do that. They can just have like a perimeter. They can increase surveillance. They can obviously have a blockade that's more effective than last time. They're not going to make the same mistake ever again. They're not going to be like, oh, don't worry about that. Those training sessions where they're practicing raiding Israeli towns. Don't worry about that. You know, they're just memeing. You know, we've got it on strong authority that they just plan on vibing and keeping the peace. So, did I hear wrong? They will exchange 1 hostage for 30 terrorists. What the fuck? Welcome to Israel Palestine, Bubba. Yeah, that's exactly what they'll do. Yeah. I know what's funny is that Trump is taking credit for this, and he might not he might not be completely wrong because my understanding is that Trump's aides were involved in this. No? Trump's aides were involved in this. There was that story about one of Trump's aides trying to go to a meeting with Israeli officials, and they were like, no, it's Shabbat. And then apparently Trump's aide said, I don't give a fuck about your fucking Shabbat. Shabbat Shmabat. How do you do that thing? Holiday Schmoliday. You can't really do that though. You can't really write off the word Shabbat with that technique, can you? Because you'd just be saying Shabbat Shabbat. Oh, Shabbat Shabbat. That just sounds like you're encouraging them to take their Shabbat day off. I don't know. I think I need to, when it comes to the input of Trump versus the Democrats versus what convinced Bibi to accept this, but not the one in May, that's a huge question. Like, I'm not concluding on that, like, until we know more about what happened. But if you want to hear it from the incredibly round horse's mouth, the incredibly tangerine tinted horse's mouth, Trump, Truth Social. This epic, you know it's epic because it's in all caps, ceasefire agreement could only have happened as a result of our historic victory in November, as it signaled to the entire world that my administration would seek peace and negotiate deals to ensure the safety of all Americans and our allies. I am thrilled American and Israeli hostages will be returning home to be reunited with their families and loved ones. With this deal in place, my national security team, through the efforts of Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, will continue to work closely with Israel and our allies to make sure Gaza never again becomes a terrorist safe haven. We will continue promoting peace through strength throughout the region as we can build upon the momentum of this ceasefire to further expand the historic Abraham Accords. This is only the beginning of great things to come for America and indeed the world. We have achieved so much without even being in the White House. Just imagine all of the wonderful things that will happen when I return to the White House and my administration is fully confirmed so they can secure more victories for the United States. So, what's that? Is that an L for liberalism? Is that an L for leftism? Is that an L for Biden for kowtowing to, or trying to kowtow marginally to left-wing demand for the last 50 months? Is it a win for Trump for the art of the deal? Is it just they should have read The Art of the Deal? Who knows, man? Who knows? Again, we're reserving all analysis on this particular thing because the big question now, okay, and this is the question everyone should be asking before they go further, is what changed between May and now? That's it. Why is this deal? Is there a very crucial difference in this deal? Is there a crucial difference with facts on the ground? Is it to do with the Americans? Does it have nothing to do with the Americans? That's what you need to know. And we're not going to learn about that. We'll probably learn about that soon because people are going to speak. Once that goes through, people will say things. Right now, the problem is that officials are very much keeping their details close to their chest. It could also be that the situation in Gaza, and especially the situation with aid and the deterioration of infrastructure and everything, has just meant that the hostages either come back now or they die. And it's just that Hamas actually won by holding out. It could have nothing to do with the Americans or with Netanyahu's politics or anything. It could just be that they finally reached their breaking point on the hostages. Lol, Biden wasn't pro-Israel enough according to you, and you say you aren't a propagandist. That's exactly what I said, Adam. You fucking miserable, dishonest, scheming little cunt. I don't know, like I feel like if you guys hate me so much, like why don't you just accurately state my positions like once? You're literally the kind of person, the kind of like drunk guy in the fucking street who sees someone and just decides to attack them because they think they looked at them funny. It's like, why? Why do you have to let your fucking retarded hatred be someone else's problem? Like, go away. Get therapy, moron. Okay. Anyway. In other news, I never spoke about Lebanon's situation. In Lebanon, it's a bit different so far. The ceasefire deal between Israel and Hezbollah is supposed to reach the 60-day timeline limit in, I think, the 27th of this month. I think it's something like between. I think it's something between sort of like 8 and 12 days from now. It's just over a week, bit under 2 weeks, and it's potentially going to go over the 60 days. It actually seems quite likely it's going to go over the 60 days. But we'll see. We'll talk about that later, though. Right now, Lebanon has elected a new president. They were without president for quite a while. If you want to know how the system works, basically, in Lebanon, the prime minister of the country always has to be a Sunni Muslim. The speaker of the parliament is always a Shia, and the president is always a Maronite Christian, because Lebanon's weird, okay? Lebanon's been without a president for a few years now. They've been without a president for a few years now because the presidents are elected by the parliamentary representatives. That's how they're chosen. They're chosen by parliamentary representatives. And the problem is that Hezbollah usually has a preferred candidate. They throw their weight behind a pro-Hezbollah Maronite. The issue is that they were struggling to get their favored candidate over the line. So what they would do is they would just walk out. The votes would take place. They would go through a certain number of rounds, and rather than cast their votes and allow the most popular person to just become the president for the sake of the country, they would just leave, right? This time they didn't use that strategy, though. They voted against this guy, Joseph Aoun, in the first round, but then voted for him in the second round just to save face, to be like, look, we're the ones who determined the outcome of this election, right? Which is really them kind of coping because they can't use the strategy that they normally would. So this guy is a military chief. He has put very strong emphasis on national unity and Lebanese sovereignty across the entire country, which means the Lebanese military having control and jurisdiction over the entire state. He's implemented that to some degree already. There have been towns in the south that have been secured by the Lebanese military. There have been others where there haven't been that happening, where Hezbollah have gone, like, bypass the military to go down, and then the IDF ends up bombing them. But the interesting thing about this new leadership is that it basically, unlike what's happened with Hamas, this is basically a very, very big blow to Hezbollah, because this is not the candidate that they wanted. And he also is completely against Hezbollah's goals. This guy is a pro two-state solution guy, in line with the Arab Peace Initiative. He's a two-state solution guy. And on top of that, his pick for prime minister, which was also approved by the Lebanese parliament, the Sunni guy, is this man here, Nawaf Salam. You might recognize him. He is also the president of the ICJ, overseeing the genocide case. He replaced the American lady. He's no longer the president of the ICJ, obviously, because that's a huge conflict of interest. But yeah, there he is. And this guy is quite interesting as well, because Lebanon has a very odd position on Palestinians. It's a very bad one as well. Obviously, there are a few 100,000 Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. The data on them is very difficult to gather because some of them became citizens very early on, say in the 50s, and some became citizens in the 90s as well. Some of them refused UNRWA assistance because they thought they were too wealthy or too well off to be classified as refugees, because a lot of the initial people from what's now northern Israel who fled the 48 war were middle and upper class people who just wanted to get out of the way. And then there are others who just live in total destitution. Like, they are refugees. They just live in basically slums where there are still bullet holes in the buildings from when they were massacred by Christian militias. They don't really live a very good life, and they are non-citizens. They live in these camps. These camps are very much the Wild West. Like, the Lebanese military, until recently, is not involved in it. The new president has said he wants to get the Lebanese military involved in these camps. But before then, they've basically just been run by clan leaders, gangs, some Hamas, some Fatah, like mobs. But their general position is that Lebanon refuses to give them citizenship for different reasons, though. Lebanese Christians don't want to give them citizenship because they see them as a demographic threat. It's better for the Lebanese Christians that we don't know census data in Lebanon, really, especially for Palestinian refugees. So they just get to kind of downplay their numbers. We'll just use the lowest estimates and stop giving them citizenship. For the rest of them, for the Shiites, for Hezbollah, they don't want to give citizenship to the refugees either because it would kill the right of return. And the right of return is a weapon against Israel, right? As soon as you naturalize Lebanese Palestinian residents, then you are basically implicitly recognizing Israel, or at least too much for Hezbollah's liking. But Sunnis are a little bit different. There have been some Sunni leaders who stand somewhere in favor of Palestinian normalization in Lebanon. This guy's one of them. He wrote this essay in the Journal for Palestine Studies in the 90s. So before I think it was post-Oslo, but before Camp David. And his position is that, I can just read it to you actually. This is what he wrote in the 90s. The implications for the Palestinians of Lebanon are clear, especially given, in addition to the factors cited above, the limited absorptive capacity of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Even were this not the case, one wonders how many Palestinian residents of Lebanon, the vast majority of whom are from northern Palestine, would want to settle in the Gaza Strip or the West Bank, whatever the resulting improvement in their social and political status. Venturing still further into the realm of hypothesis, one could question how many would actually opt to return to their places of birth if given the chance, considering that most of their houses, villages, or neighborhoods have either been obliterated or changed beyond recognition. Nor should the prospect of living as members of an Arab minority in a state within a Zionist ideology be underestimated. One must conclude then that the majority of Palestinians in Lebanon will not be able to return. So he's not openly trying to cede the right of return, but he is saying that the gist of this essay, the crux of it, is him advocating for some kind of residency for Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. So you have that combined with a fairly pro-Western, anti-Hezbollah president. I don't know, the situation in Lebanon could just be altered. Like the landscape of Lebanon's politics could just be very, very different. They're also going to reopen the investigation into the port explosion. You know, where Hezbollah's stored ammonium nitrate what exploded and killed a bunch of people from 2020, 2021 or something? Yeah, that port explosion. That's going to be reopened for investigation. How much they'll find in this second round, I don't know, but Hezbollah protested very aggressively against that investigation. They were not happy with it. And also, obviously, with Assad, their little patron in Syria being fucked over, then, yeah, I'd say they're in trouble, Hezbollah. So, given the terms of, it's good to compare this as well, because if you look at the outcomes and the terms of the Lebanon-Hezbollah ceasefire, the Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire, you can see that that's very much against Hezbollah. Like, that's a win for Israel, because Hezbollah said, we're going to stop firing if you stop fighting in Gaza. But they accepted a ceasefire that did not involve Israel stopping in Gaza. They gave up their one demand. Their central, the core demand, they gave it up in exchange for breathing space. So, and they accepted that ceasefire even when the Americans attached a side letter saying that if Israel's not happy with how UNIFIL or the Lebanese army deals with Hezbollah in the south, then the IDF can just bomb them. Like, they accepted that. They accepted that American input. They went with that. So that's definitely, like, you can tell a ceasefire deal like that is a win for Israel. This one in Gaza, it looks nothing like that. This one in Gaza is like, they just want to get the hostages back, it seems. It seems like they're just going to take the hostages, and Israel's initial thing, which was total victory, no more Hamas in Gaza, no more return to status quo and all that, that looks like it's at least partially being ceded, because they're going to withdraw from Gaza without having vanquished Hamas. So that's where we are now, awaiting further updates. Oh, there's a goat. Also, you can see they're celebrating in Khan Yunis and Deir al-Balah, so obviously the Palestinians in Gaza are quite happy with this. I don't know if they're happy because they think they won or because they just are not going to die anymore for a little while. I don't know, probably a combination of both. It looks like part of that Palestinian return is going to include the north. So it looks like they're going to go back up to the north as well. And it seems that Israeli surveillance of Hamas movements are just going to be aerial. It's not going to be that whole thing that we saw with the multiple corridors and the observation towers and everything else. Don't know. It's also quite interesting because when it came to Netzarim, based on the installations they were putting up in that corridor, it looked like they were there to stay. Like they were putting buildings in there and infrastructure in there that would imply a long-term stay from the soldiers, but looks like they didn't go with that in the end. What's this? People hugging in Tel Aviv. Oh, this is Qatar. IDF stays in Philadelphia and the Gaza border buffer zone. Is that true? Are they staying in Philadelphia? That would be different from the one in May, wouldn't it? I don't think May was a total withdrawal. So much for Greater Israel. It's okay. Listen, everyone who said that Israel was planning permanent settlement of Gaza, like, yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Are all the hostages released from this deal? Nope. The only thing that we're fully set on is 33 are being returned. We don't know how many of them are dead or alive, I don't think. Someone in chat said 10 are dead, but who knows? Who knows? I'm just a bit relieved that the fighting's stopping. What it means politically going forward, I have no idea, but... Have I missed anything? Do we have any idea about the total hostages count remaining? The number I last heard was 98. 98. And the number of dead in there, I don't know how many of those are dead. I think it's like over 20 or 30, but I can't remember. They'll still control some of Netzarim. Okay. Don't know, chat. How do we feel? Villainy, thanks for the 2,000 huffs. Thanks so much. And Justin, thanks for the tier 1 sub. You're saying it seems like nothing happens in phase 1. Well, these are the fine details of phase 1. They have a whole thing here. Hamas releases 3 detainees on the 3rd day of the agreement, after which Hamas releases 3 more every 7 days, starting with women whenever possible, civilians and female soldiers. In the 6th week, they release all remaining civilian detainees. On 22nd day, the Israeli side releases all prisoners of the Shalit deal who were rearrested. Yeah, it's like it's quite detailed. It's quite detailed. This is from Qatar, Egypt, United States, United Nations. I'd be very curious to see how many hostages returned dead or alive. Maybe also look out for any big names from the Palestinian side who get returned. I know some of them have life sentences. And I know there's a whole thing of like people in Jerusalem with signs saying like, why are you releasing the guy who murdered my sister or whatever the fuck? Yeah, that kind of shit. Are the Houthis going to release the Galaxy hostages? Oh yeah, remember those guys? Remember those guys? They say about 30 hostages are dead at least. Yep, that's what I heard. Was Barghouti in the list? I don't think so. Although I believe he was on the list. Oh, is he? For the Hamas wanted. What's this? Israel sends Hamas a list of security prisoners to be released. Barghouti is not among them. Nope. Okay. Ben-Gvir threatened to quit the government if the deal went through. Yeah, I said that. Yeah. Yeah, we know. We know. All right. We're just going to vibe until the GOAT comes in with the Qatari announcement. Isn't Barghouti pretty secular? Yep. He is very much that thing. Picture in picture. Wow. Wow.
On the top there from Khan Yunis.
No, Barghouti is a murderer. Really? I don't think they're drawing the line at releasing murderers, man. Some of these people have life sentences who are getting released. They're releasing murderers and attempted murderers. So I wouldn't worry about that. The reason they don't want to release Barghouti would be because of a political thing, right? Because he's like a political threat, because he's so popular. Anyway. Can I get back to my thing now? Fuck this. Let's go. I will slay whilst we wait for the Qatari supreme leader to tell us what's what. It feels like the Arabic shouting is coming from inside this game. No more news. What do you want me to watch? What else is there to say? We're just waiting for the announcement, okay? Chill. I want to see Ben-Gvir walk out. I want to see this Qatari guy speak. I want to see how day 3, so 3 days from now, 3 days from now, we're supposed to see which hostages get released and whether or not they're dead or alive. Kill bandits. Okay. Did you edit back the part into your privated stream? Or was it never deleted in the first place? No, I put it back. I just wanted to take it out while I released the VOD. And then I forgot to put it back, and then I eventually put it back. So it's there now. It was worth doing it though, because it's funny watching how they lied about it. Like, Israelis are mad at Trump. Yeah, I know they are.
Looking around for some updates here.
Updates. Huh. These are humans, so they're going to try to flee.
This Israeli news account on Telegram, Security Policy Cabinet, they say there are reports of IDF strikes now in Gaza City. So Israel, before this deal is reached, still hearing reports of Israeli military activity in Gaza. Al Manar TV, which is
Hezbollah's
where are
station,
they
isn't it?
based? That's an Arabic language news outlet.
Is that Hezbollah's media?
They're in Lebanon, and they're run by Hezbollah. A Hezbollah news station, claims that Israel carried out airstrikes in the central Gaza Strip. So that could be going on right now. Oh, thank you to Jesse's girl.
Gotta get
And
your
thanks
money's
for
worth
shouting
before
out our
the
mods,
before the
Jesse's
deal goes
girl.
into place, right? Jeez.
I might have to eat a sandwich or something soon. We were on this morning covering the confirmation hearings and just went right into this. Maybe I can put up a clock on the screen.
You know what? If he gets a sandwich, I'm gonna want a sandwich. I don't think I want to order food. The problem is that my local doesn't really do great sandwiches anymore. They've taken off a few of them, which is annoying. Huh. Don't die though. Yeah, Poppy, I covered the thing with Shabbat. We saw that. That was very funny.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put up on the screen a clock showing the Israel and Gaza time.
Oh, there's probably because of a strike, right? Do you have any decent shawarma places near you? Nope. We have good Turkish restaurants, but not shawarma places. Like, there's not many places here that do shawarma. I haven't had a good one here. There is actually a Greek place that does wraps, but they... Remember the last one I had wasn't that great. So I don't know. You can get
Where should I put this?
We have kebab shops, but they don't do good shawarmas. Like, some of the kebab shops don't even do shawarma. Like, they just do... Yeah, it's just not... It's not right. Like, the wrap? No, you don't usually get that. How long until mount? I'm getting there! 14 gold. I should probably have put that sword on the auction house, but... Whatever. I also... My fucking mining skill is behind my level now, because I've never been looking at the map.
Maybe right there.
Are you a fish and chips kind of guy? Yeah, I like fish and chips. I could even get that, but it's just too... It's always too dense. Too fattening. Tiring as well, for the same reason. Gathermate. Oh yeah, I know Gathermate. Yeah, I'll do that when I got a mount. I don't fancy doing much gathering now.
Moose's backyard, our viewer, thinks it has nothing to do with the incoming administration.
Yeah, really.
Moose's backyard
Wild.
says the ceasefire would eventually come regardless of U.S. politics. Moose's backyard, our viewer, says Republicans and Democrats were both supporters of the devastation and inhumane actions in Gaza and deserve no credit, either of them, for any peace. That's what our viewer Moose's backyard says.
Accept Screecher spirits. Okay.
Bawazon says, how long do you think Hamas will honor the ceasefire?
10
That I
minutes.
cannot tell you.
We're placing bets. How are they going to violate the ceasefire, man? Like, with what?
Tammy and David says, if both sides like it, I love it. I hope it's all over.
Oh. That was Lex Fridman's alt.
The main channel says, why did they wait until 5 days before Trump took office?
To give him a W? I don't know. Could be a total coincidence. For all I know.
Bubba Sizemore thinks they'll honor it as long as Trump is in office.
Mixed opinions from Agenda Free TV. I like it. He is evading. Nice. What's she doing? She's evading.
السلام عليكم المؤتمر الصحفي سيبدأ
Oh,
بعد قليل.
who's this? Hey, hold on.
Will begin shortly.
The press conference will begin shortly.
Shortly.
Breaking news.
Wow.
The press conference will begin shortly. They
Yes.
just said it, guys. We are awaiting the press conference.
It'll
I'm gonna
begin
turn off
shortly.
the audio from this.
Fuck! Why? Okay, that's a bugged mob.
The
No
press
way.
conference will begin shortly.
Yes.
They just said it.
I heard it. I was there. True. True
You
news.
heard it.
Real news.
Sin says it's happening.
That means I should go now, right? I should get my sandwich to prepare for this moment. Fuck, 37% health. Oh
Health
no.
warning.
Fuck. She's strong. She's powerful.
Health warning.
Ah! She might destroy me. She didn't
Health
destroy me.
warning.
Fucking dick.
Get ready.
I'm ready.
Get
I'm not ready. I don't have my sandwich. Fuck. All right.
Oh, you know what? I gotta turn off that audio. Sorry, I didn't realize that other audio was on
Is this hardcore? Yeah.
for the other.
I'm gonna log out in the middle of the desert.
There we go. That's better.
Get a
That's better.
foot long sub. No.
You know, I'm gonna take.
All right, give me a moment. I need to get my fucking sandwich. All right. Oh shit. Ooh. Mm. I will see you shortly. Okay. Bye bye. If I don't get a $3 million house, you guys you've all enabled fascists. I don't give, sorry. And you're harming a POC, and you're white, and you're a fascist. It's gonna be like this. He's gonna be like, today, I'm going to show you how Hezbollah turned this playground, a seemingly nice-looking playground, into a terror playground, into terror infrastructure. A playground of terror. Playground of death. Come, look. You see this slide? This is no ordinary slide. It goes down to an extensive terror tunnel network. Look. Whee! Look! These are AK-47s, landmines, RPGs. This is not to be used by children. Do not play with these at home. These are not toys. Come back up. This is not a regular hippity hop. Push it aside. A rocket launcher. We are operating here to clear out the areas for these playgrounds of death from Hezbollah. Okay, that's good. It's gonna be that.
Day 2. This one we went with Corey to the West Bank. What did you
Of Israeli law. Fuck Ben. Okay, there we go. Benny Moore's live. Fucking cunt. Anyway, there we go.
Yep.
You have it with meats and tatties, turnips and potatoes.
Nice.
Scumbag. That bag of scum.
Why are you laying there? Look at the phone. Talk to them.
I was looking at the phone. Travel update. Travel blog. I'm being flown out to Dubai. Oh, we're playing tiny little chess. That's so cute.
Oh my god. I didn't know you were that into it.
Fuck. Okay, you have to start my clock. Oh, this is the fucking...
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Don't do a bullet game with a real clock. It's so dumb. Anyway,
Waiting.
let's see.
Okay.
Hurry up.
What the fuck? What the okay, wow. What's he doing? He's going for a fox, mate.
A fucks mate?
Fool's mate.
I can't even see this board. This is really good.
Oh no, he's going for it. He's going for the kill shot. What the fuck? This is so funny, man. You have to do your clock, man.
Did you just fuck me?
No, you're fucking yourself by forgetting to hit your clock.
You didn't
Wow.
do your clock.
Okay, cool. Alright, whatever. Alright.
Rules are being broken here.
Yeah, fuck it, man.
What are you even doing?
I'm getting desperate is what I'm getting. Oh. See, look, the problem here is that his king is in check and he's just moving anyway, trying to get me on the timer. Chaotic.
That is...
but you're in check. I don't even fucking... Okay. Did he move his pawn 3 spaces? No way. Oh well. Is what it is. And it's still fine, but with South American stuff where like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random, you know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how, like, there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff, and whereas even if you're playing like even like jazz, you've got different patterns. Yeah, like jazz is even easier than like remembering, because jazz you make up a lot of it, and also just because you got like there's still a few like scales and patterns that you remember. But with the South American stuff, it's just very, very odd. Like every shape in a tune can be like a new shape that you've never played before. It said Trump 2024. Fuck Biden.
This is how Lonerbox studies for his interviews.
Jesus.
Apparently there's no fucking point because I read that and then I accidentally accuse a guy of breaking the fucking law and shit. Wait, hang on. What did Mr. Morris actually say about that? Hey, chat. You guys are looking cute today. What you just said is probably one of the fucking stupidest things I've seen in like chat like so far. How can Destiny know how his words will affect other people? He has no control over his words and how other people read them. That is every fucking like white like you were making a white nationalist argument. How do Oh, okay, sorry. Thanks. Fuck. Okay. Got it. All right. Imperialism's really bad when white people do it, but China is perfectly justified. Taiwan, South China Sea. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is actually very understandable when you consider the and oh no, the Holodomor. Yeah, like well, technically. Oh god. And also everyone who agrees with me on most things, you're just not. DGG has already basically become a cult because of Destiny's own derangement. The thing is, it has attracted some rightists, but Destiny will never be able to fully cave to the rightists, so that's his weakness. He is currently stuck in an awkward place. With the right moves, he can be easily crushed. Oh god. I'm still a thorn in their side. The final word on this. Nonsense are the biggest enemy, and yes, they rule us. Yes, they are at large. Yes, they are still hurting children, and yes, they are getting away with it. Final word. Now move on. He didn't take his own advice. Holy fuck. I'm going to start banning everyone who didn't listen. Listen, guys. We are here today to debate the following motion, the dog brothel conjecture. The motion today is dog brothels are, one second, no more unethical than cheese. Taking the affirmative today will be tentacular male Ron, least deranged vegan. Taking the opposition will be Xylo. You guys have the floor. Would you like to make opening statements, or do you just want to go straight in?
Putin is not a rat, and we are not children tormenting rats with sticks, or at least we shouldn't be.
Yeah, I never knew he had kids until now. And I was actually really hoping, given the way that he reacts every time he sees me in chat, I feel like a son to this man. You know, he backed me up in debates, took me on his stream, reacts to my content. You know, puts my fucking videos on the fridge. I thought I was his son. Was I deceived by chat logic?
Like I've had.
They want puberty blockers. They want 19-month abortions. They want a safe and sovereign Ukraine. They want open blockers. They want puberty abortion. They want a safe and sovereign borders in Europe. What they want? No. Fuck. They want open port. They want safety for Ukrainians to live in peace. What's happening? No. I'm a vessel. No. Documentaries before. Okay. Are you filming now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go closer to you though.
Yeah, no, following.
Because I'll maybe look like I'm talking to you guys.
No problem.
This is so fucking unnatural. Holy shit, you guys need to just like relax and just walk normally with me. So we're currently in Kfar Qasim, which is an Arab village in Israel, right on the edge of the Green Line. So after the 4-Year War, obviously, about 150,000 Arabs stayed in Israel's borders, but they weren't exactly treated very well. They were treated as a national threat. And for the first 18 years of Israel's existence, they lived under a kind of de facto military rule. And for this place, that meant in 1956, there was a massacre here. And a group of workers were late for a curfew that they didn't even know was in place. And the Israeli security forces ended up murdering about 49 of them. 49 if you count one of them, which was an unborn child. Most of them were women and children. Oh, sorry. And there was a trial afterwards, which found out that the troops who fired on the people were given unlawful orders. Quite a few people were sentenced to jail, but obviously, typical IDF story, the jail sentences were progressively shortened. A few people were pardoned as well. I think the longest any of them actually spent in jail was 3 years. And one of the people who died was the grandfather of Isawi Frege, the guy who we're about to meet. He was an Arab Knesset member, and actually one of the few Arabs who was in the Israeli government, in a coalition with underneath Lapid and then Bennett. He's quite an interesting guy. He's like a Meretz politician, so he believes in a two-state solution. He advocates for closing the social and economic political gaps between Jewish and Arab Israelis. He tried to negotiate with the PLO to end the Martyrs Fund contributions to people who died in terror attacks. He's talking. One of the Qatari dudes is talking. Oh shit! Shit! Wake up.
For the other. Starting now. Here we go. It's live.
Starting now. Wow. I don't know
Get
where he's
ready.
getting this broadcast from, so I'm just doing it here.
In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful, may Allah's peace and blessings be upon you all. It gives us great pleasure in Qatar, Egypt, and the United States to announce the success of the joint mediation efforts and the fact that the two belligerents in the Gaza Strip have reached a deal on the prisoner and the hostage swap and announce a ceasefire in the hopes of reaching a permanent ceasefire between the two sides, as well as allowing the access of large quantities of relief aid to the Palestinian brothers in the Gaza Strip. First off, I would like to thank our partners in the Arab Republic of Egypt, the United States of America, notably the envoy to the Middle East of the President-elect, Steve Witkoff, as well as the MENA coordinator at the U.S. National Security Council, Mr. Brett McGurk, for their efforts that contributed to push these negotiations forward and reach this deal. I would also like to express my deepest thanks and gratitude to our brothers from the Arab Republic of Egypt and His Excellency the Minister Hassan Rashad, who have contributed and made serious efforts in collaboration with their Qatari partners in order to make this deal a success. With the approval of both sides and the negotiators on this deal in order to finalize all executive measures for tonight, and after that we will be taking all the internal measures, the Israeli government will be taking the internal measures, after which the agreement will enter into effect on Sunday, January 19th. The exact timing will be identified later. The phase 1 of the agreement will go on for 42 days, and it will include a ceasefire and the withdrawal.
So that means if it's January 19th, that means on January 22nd, we should see the first hostage release
of Israeli forces to the east, away from populated areas. Israeli forces will then be positioned along the Gaza border, and which will allow for the swap of prisoners as well as the swap of remains and the return of the displaced people to their residences. This will also facilitate the travel of wounded and sick people in order to receive treatment. Phase 1 also includes an increased flow of relief and humanitarian aid to all parts of the Gaza Strip, as well as the rehabilitation of hospitals, health centers, bakeries, and allowing the entry of fuel and civil defense equipment, as well as basic necessities for displaced people who lost their houses as a result of the war. In phase 1, Hamas will be releasing 33 Israeli captives, including civilian women and female recruits, as well as children, elderly people, as well as civilian ill people and wounded, in return for a number of prisoners who are being held in Israeli prisons. Regarding phases 2 and 3, the details will be finalized during the implementation of phase 1. The state of Qatar reaffirms the necessity of both sides committing to the implementation of all 3 stages of the agreement in order to prevent civilian bloodshed and in order to shield our region from the consequences of this conflict and ensure that we have lasting peace in the region. Qatar will continue its joint efforts with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the United States of America to ensure that all sides are following through with their commitments and engagements and ensure that all 3 stages will be implemented. We look forward to seeing regional and international efforts coming together in order to assist with relief and humanitarian aid and supporting the United Nations in its attempts to enter aid into the Gaza Strip. Qatar will spare no effort to offer help to the families in the Gaza Strip and doing everything that's necessary to alleviate the suffering of the residents of the Strip. Since October 8th, we in the state of Qatar saved no effort with the constant under the constant and watchful eye of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. We worked day and night in order to reach this moment. And since our mediation efforts succeeded last November to guarantee the release of 109 hostages in return for a number of Palestinian prisoners, we have been working continuously in order to prevent bloodshed and put an end to the war machine and restore hope for our region in a prosperous future that will allow our people to dream of a better future. For 411 days, meetings and contacts continued with our partners and both sides of the conflict until we reached this long-awaited moment today. However, today begins a responsibility for both sides, who will be supported by the international community and the mediators in order to achieve complete success. And this is what we will be focusing on in the coming days and weeks. I would also like to express our thanks to all our partners in the region and internationally for their support to our efforts all the way until we reach this deal. And in conclusion, I would also like to remind our brothers in the Gaza Strip that Qatar will continue to offer support to our brothers in Palestine, and that this happens under the close watch and the watchful eye of His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, day and night, hour by hour, and minute by minute. We would like to tell them We give thanks to Allah for bringing us to this moment today, and hopefully this will be the last page in the days of the war. We would also like to call upon all sides to fully commit to all the articles of this agreement and to continue implementing these procedures and measures in accordance with the agreement. The state of Qatar will continue working jointly with its partners in order to make sure that this deal is implemented in full and that calm returns to the Gaza Strip in a sustainable manner, and we will never give up the people of Gaza. Thank you. First question, Sky News.
Hakim from Sky News. Congratulations. This is a huge moment. You, as you say, have been working on this deal for many months. And the question is, why now? Why this moment? And was it pressure from the incoming Trump administration that got it over the line? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Hilda, for this question. Actually, we've been raising the question of the right moment for the entire period since the collapse of the first phase. But we have seen a momentum that started to build in the last month, and we kept pushing for that, working together very closely with our partners. And I can say that what we have seen from the US in the past few days, seeing a collaboration transcending both administration, was a clear demonstration for the commitment of the US to reach to that deal. And I really would like to thank both the envoys who are here with us in the last couple of days, and they played a vital role in reaching to this moment. And of course, for us and Egypt, this is something that we are a stakeholder in that conflict, that we have to do it and we have to help and support. But we have seen the steps that's been taken recently from the US has yielded to this moment.
CNN.
Thank you very much indeed, and to Steve Witkoff, who's Becky Anderson from CNN. Congratulations to you, and to Steve Witkoff, who is also here in the room. How much confidence do you have that the deal will progress beyond phase one, sir?
Well, we have faith, Becky, that brought us to this moment, and I think that's the most important part, that we are committed. We will continue to do everything we can, everything possible, together with our partners, to ensure that this deal is implemented as it's agreed, and this deal will bring us peace, hopefully, at the end of it. I believe that it all depends on the parties of the agreement and acting in good faith in that agreement in order to ensure that no collapse happening to that deal.
Can I just follow up? What mechanisms are in place to ensure that neither side breaks the ceasefire?
There is a follow-up mechanism that Egypt, Qatar, and US are going to handle. It will be placed in Cairo, and this follow-up actually will be a joint team from the three countries that will monitor the implementation of the agreement, and everything is being agreed upon and will be in place hopefully on the day of the execution.
Thank you.
Reuters.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Congratulations, Andrew Mills from Reuters. Can you talk a little bit more about this follow-up mechanism? If elements of the agreement put in place tonight are violated, what will happen? Who is it that is going to report and that a violation has happened? And how will that violation be communicated to the parties, the world, the guarantors of this agreement? Thank you.
Well, this is what I have just mentioned to Becky. There will be a follow-up mechanism that all the parties will be placed in Egypt, and they will follow up the implementation of the agreement. There will be a reporting mechanism for any violation, and those violations will be addressed at a very early stage. Look, we expect from the parties to adhere to the agreement. We expect the parties to stay committed to what they have committed themselves to in that agreement. But we know that these kind of agreements are very complex and will have some issues down the line. and we are ready, and we will stay committed to address those issues ahead of time.
And Prime Minister, just as a follow-up, the last truce that was in place in November 2023 did fall apart on the 8th day. What has changed in this agreement that will ensure that this has less likely to fall apart than that agreement was?
Well, the agreement on November was to build the momentum in order to lead for a longer-term agreement, which we have today. But unfortunately, the agreement in November was very transactional, so it was like a day by day. But this agreement has a clear mechanism for the first 42 days, and there's a clear mechanism to negotiate phase 2 and 3, and all the details of the agreement will be published in the next couple of days once the details are finalized.
السؤال الرابع والأخير قناة الجزيرة العربية.
Your Excellency, Adnan Bourina from Al Jazeera. Question number 1. Do you think that this agreement will lead to a permanent ceasefire? In other words, do you believe the guarantees are strong enough to ensure that Israel will commit to all articles of the agreement? Question 2. Between today and Sunday, what will the situation be like in the Gaza Strip? And question 3, if you allow me, what contributed to the success of the mediation this time around, and what did Qatar offer this time, and what will Qatar's role be like in the implementation of the agreement? Truth be told, you had me lost because I was focused on question number 1. Can you please go over the questions again? Question number 1, do you believe that this time the deal will lead to a permanent ceasefire? All right, wait here and then you'll ask the other questions later. Regarding the implementation of this agreement, first off, like I said, the implementation depends upon the parties as well as the goodwill of the parties, and this is what we are hoping. Of course, regarding the guarantees, the best guarantee would be the commitment of all parties to the agreement and the articles of the agreement. In addition, there are guarantees provided by the guarantors and the mediators of this agreement that will guarantee the continuation of negotiations throughout the first phase, while we wait for phase 2, where we will be announcing the complete withdrawal and the end of the war. A series of measures will be taken in the next few days in order to reinforce and shield this agreement. Between today and Sunday, when the agreement...
Don't ask Sundowner what he means by that, chat. He's trolling. He's got you. He's pulling your legs. Playing you like a fiddle.
...into force. What will the situation be like in the Gaza Strip? Of course, we ask that the situation be calm between today and Sunday. However, the parties recognize that the agreement requires a couple of days in order for its articles to be implemented correctly and for the engagements therein to be honored. And we hope that over the next few days, there will not be any aggressions or any military operations. Last question, what is it that ensured the success of the mediation efforts this time? What role did Qatar play, and what will Qatar's role be like in the future? As I mentioned earlier, at the end of the day, it all goes back to the parties of the agreement. We in Qatar and our partners in the Arab Republic of Egypt, at the end of the day, we are mediators. We are trying to bring viewpoints closer together and bridge any gaps between the two sides. Of course, the success of the agreement depends on a number of factors, and there are a number of variables that are happening around this. I cannot go into the details. However, as I stated earlier, in the past few days, there were some serious efforts by all partners. We were all working as a single team in order to come up to the agreement that was reached today. We had back-to-back meetings over the past 4 days. We were communicating continuously at those meetings in the presence of the Qatari delegation, the Egyptian delegation, as well as the American delegation, and of course the presence of the two parties to the conflict. And thankfully today we managed to reach this stage, and what we hope is that we begin the implementation and that the first phase be successful so that we can get to the second stage that will put a complete end to the war, God willing. What the people of Gaza have experienced is quite something. We have seen over 467 days of destruction and
Biden is speaking. Biden is speaking. Hold on.
Biden is speaking. Biden is speaking. I know that. All right, what's Biden saying? This guy's boring. This guy's trash. Biden. Prepare. Get ready. I'm ready. You ready? Ah! Okay, it's time.
Good afternoon. It's a very good afternoon because at long last, I can announce a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached between Israel and Hamas. For more than 15 months of conflict that began with Hezbollah's brutal massacre on October the 7th, more than 15 months
This guy was running for president. Bro, I'm a Trump supporter. That's it. This deal only happened because of Trump. Art of the deal. Neither left nor right. Populism. Populism did it. Crypto fascism, maybe. Greenland's next. Ugh. Let's see.
of terror for the hostages, their families, the Israeli people, more than 15 months of suffering by the innocent people of Gaza. Fighting in Gaza will stop, and soon the hostages will return home to their families. The elements of this deal were what I laid out in detail this past May, which was embraced by countries around the world and endorsed overwhelmingly by the UN Security Council. The deal is structured in 3 phases. Phase 1 will last 6 weeks. It includes a full and complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from all the populated areas of Gaza, and the release of a number of hostages held by Hamas, including women and elderly and the wounded. And I'm proud to say Americans will be part of that hostage release in Phase 1 as well. And the Vice President and I cannot wait to welcome them home. In exchange, Israel released hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. And during Phase 1, the Palestinians can also return to their neighborhoods in all the areas of Gaza. And the surge of humanitarian assistance into Gaza will begin. And the innocent people can have a greater access to these vital supplies. You know, during the next 6 weeks, Israel will negotiate the necessary arrangements to get Phase 2, which is a permanent end of the war. Let me say it again, a permanent end of the war. There are a number of details to negotiate to move from Phase 1 to Phase 2, but the plan says if negotiations take longer than 6 weeks, the ceasefire will continue as long as the negotiations continue. I've spoken to the Emir of Kuwait and the President of Egypt, and we have pledged to make sure the negotiations will keep moving forward for as long as it takes. Then, when Phase 2 begins, there will be an exchange for release of the remaining living hostages, including male soldiers, and all remaining Israeli forces will be withdrawn from Gaza, and the temporary ceasefire will become permanent. And finally, Phase 3 Any final remains of hostages who have been killed will be returned to their families, and a major reconstruction plan for Gaza will begin. This is the ceasefire agreement I introduced last spring. Today, Hamas and Israel have agreed to that ceasefire agreement and the whole ending the war. You know, those of you who have followed the negotiations can attest, the road to this deal has not been easy. I've worked in foreign policy for decades. This is one of the toughest negotiations I've ever experienced. And we reached this point because of the pressure that Israel built on Hamas, backed by the United States. Hamas's longtime leader, Sinwar, was killed. Hamas's strongest supporter, Iran,
Oh, I'm just going to focus on this, don't worry.
launched attacks on Israel. And those attacks failed after my administration organized a coalition of nations to stop them. And after I ordered the U.S. ships and planes to come to Israel's defense, we also shaped Israel's strong and calibrated response, destroying Iran's air defenses, but avoiding an escalatory cycle of an all-out war. The United States also organized a coalition of 20 countries to stand up to attacks by the Houthis, including their missile attacks in Israel. Then, Hezbollah, another of Hamas's strongest backers, was significantly weakened on the battlefield, and its leadership was destroyed. With our support, Israel negotiated a ceasefire with them, and after that, Lebanon finally elected a new president who's not beholden to Hezbollah, and he can begin a new chapter for the Lebanese people. All told, these developments in the region, which the United States helped to shape, changed the equation. And so now, the terror network that once protected and sustained Hamas is far weaker. Iran is weaker. Iran is weaker than it's been in decades. Hezbollah is badly degraded. And after more than 15 months of war, Hamas's senior leaders are dead. Thousands of Hamas fighters are dead. And the military formations have been destroyed. With nowhere to turn, Hamas finally agreed to releasing hostages. You know, there was no other way for this war to end than with a hostage deal. And I'm deeply satisfied this day has finally come, for the sake of the people of Israel and the families waiting in agony, and for the sake of the innocent people in Gaza who suffered unimaginable devastation because of the war. The Palestinian people have gone through hell. Too many innocent people have died. Too many communities have been destroyed. In this deal, the people of Gaza can finally recover and rebuild. They can look to a future without Hamas in power. You know, the Bible says, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Many peacemakers helped make this deal happen, including an extraordinary team of American diplomats who have worked nonstop for months to get this done. Secretary Blinken led the effort. Secretary Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Bill Burns, John Feiner, Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein, and the Vice President worked relentlessly as we worked to deliver this deal. I'd also note this deal was developed and negotiated under my administration, but its terms will be implemented, for the most part, by the next administration. In these past few days, we've been speaking as one team. This has been time of real turmoil in the Middle East. But as I prepare to leave office, our friends are strong, our enemies are weak, and there's genuine opportunities for a new future. In Lebanon, there's an opportunity for a future, free from the grip of Hezbollah. In Syria, a future free from the tyranny of Assad. And for the Palestinian people, a credible pathway to a state of their own. And for the region, a future of normalization, integration of Israel and all its Arab neighbors, including Saudi Arabia. At the G20 in Delhi in September 23, I rallied key countries behind a vision of an economic corridor from India across the Middle East to Europe. That vision can now become a reality. There are risks as well, including ISIS and Iran, even in a badly weakened state. But we're handing off then to the next team a real opportunity for a better future for the Middle East. I hope they will take it. Let me close with this. My friend for years in the United States Senate, former Senator George Mitchell, who did so much to forge peace in Northern Ireland, once said about diplomacy, he said, it is a 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. 700 days of failure and 1 day of success. Well, we've had many difficult days since Hamas began its terrible war. We've encountered roadblocks and setbacks. We've not given up. And now, after more than 400 days of struggle, a day of success has arrived. God bless all the hostages and their families. May God protect the troops of all those who work for peace.
Wow.
The implementation of this deal will be in the hands of the next administration, and basically they will shape the future of Gaza. So how do you see this future? And also, how much credit do you give to the Trump team for this deal? Trump's already taking credit for it.
Uh-oh.
Well, you know,
Smile.
this is the exact framework of the deal I proposed back in May. Exact. And we got the world to endorse it. Secondly, it's America's support for Israel that helped them badly weaken Hamas and its backers and create the conditions for this deal. And thirdly, I knew this deal would have to be implemented by the next team. So I told my team to coordinate closely with the incoming team to make sure we're all speaking with the same voice, because that's what American presidents do. Thank you. All the exact detail of how many people are being held, how many bodies will be returned and less, will all be forthcoming. All of it, all of it. Thank you. I'm confident. Thank you. Is that a joke? Oh, thank you.
Why does he always do the signature fucking turnaround at the end? Every single time. What did she say?
This deal would have to be implemented by... I'm confident. Thank you. All of it, all of it. Thank you.
Okay, here it is. Let's
I'm
go.
confident. Thank you. Is that a joke? Oh, thank you. How many bodies will be returned unless will all be forthcoming? All of it, all of it. Thank you. I'm confident.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ready.
Is that a joke? Oh, thank you.
Was it who gets all the credit? Who gets the credit? Who deserves the credit? You or Trump? Who deserves more credit? Is that a joke? Yeah, she's asking who's going to be credited. And he said, is that a joke? What a fucking guy, man. God. It's really, there's so many questions that surround that deal. Like what role Trump's team actually had. Why, who actually, I don't think we have anything definitive. Now that I look back on it in May, neither Biden nor the Qatari guy would say who rejected the deal in May. Did they? Like whose fault it was that one went through. Didn't go through, I mean, the one in May. So that's a problem. Huh. Fuck, man. What a troll question. Is that a joke? All right, fuck this. I'm gaming. Until we get more news, probably in like 3 days or something. Well, they said that they wanted to go in place, what, the 19th? So we'll know around the 19th, I guess. In the meantime, I slay bandits, okay? Fuck. ZF runs soon, probably. I need to get the mallet, don't I? This level's been quite fast, though. I'm already halfway through. So that's good. Who deserves most of the credit? Yeah, that's what she said, yeah. You were Trump. Is that a joke?
Health warning.
Whoa!
Health warning.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. Any more vitriol for pirate software? I don't even know.
Health warning. Health warning.
Let me see. Twitter. I did see something. He got kicked from OnlyFans, so that's a thing. Why is Gisticle so invested in this? Does he play the game, or...? Let's see. What's going on here? Okay, let's see. You aren't on the server with OnlyFans. I am on the server, yeah.
I am often gaslighted by management and somehow always yielding to the pressure and admitting to a mistake I never did.
Okay.
I was super impressed with how you stood your ground against relentless bullshit thrown at you from other toxic communities.
Yep.
You did nothing wrong, you knew it, and you stood your ground. How I can build up the same level of mental resilience like you.
I think the biggest thing, man, is a lot of people will cave because they feel like caving is going to make the ridicule and bullshit stop. It doesn't. If you know that you are correct, if you feel that you're right in the way that you do things, just own it.
I am often gaslighted by man.
Apparently it was a troll stream. Oh no.
Barrel damage is gonna be huge now.
Oh, you know you don't have to clear this, right?
Oh no, the boss he snitches on the ads.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't actually.
He does.
You wanna know how
He
that goes?
does.
It's pretty interesting. He just runs to the closest golem death. So what you do is you don't need to pull any of this stuff. You just pull a golem to his doorway there, and then you fight him like normal. And he runs over to that one dead golem, and then he comes back.
Yeah, but then wouldn't
None
he
of this
like
matters.
return faster? So then they have like less time to kill the golems, right? The other two golems.
It
that
doesn't
you have to
matter.
kill.
The amount of damage we have is enormous. You just kill him. I haven't done it any other way.
I've never seen someone do it that way.
Yeah, it's super easy. There.
Yeah, he's full of shit. He's a bullshitter. What's he been doing? Oh, hello. Oh, fuck. High level. I didn't realize he's 46. Fuck. Can I take him? I'm not even close. No, he's not. This guy's not dying. I couldn't sap either. I can disarm. Okay. What am I doing? He's not even... Okay, riposte, okay. 56 health, okay. He'll die, he'll die. I got him. He's dying. He's so dead. Ah! Come on, come on. Die, 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 fucker. No problem. No heckin' problem. Ooh, what the fuck, man? Almost had me there, eh? Almost. Right, he's that pirate guy is just a bit of a goofball at the end of the day. Water pouches and bandits. Are there not bandits down here? Thief. Okay. Oh, there's more up here. Okay. Ooh. That was intense, wasn't that, guys? That guy took a long time to die. Poisons. Crippling. Instant, okay. Still waiting on the announcement or no? We just saw the announcement. It's done. Today's news for that is done. I changed my stream title. Edit. Just gamin. There we go. The Babas children are on the list. So they're still alive. The fuck, man. How did they not get out in the first fucking deal? In the first fate in November? They're like babies. Fuck that, man. Maybe they ain't cute. Whoa, good one. Sick. Hamas said they're dead. Okay. Where are the fucking bandits? Oh, there. Fuck! Hello, bandit. We solved the war, solved the Middle East. I like it how there's just so much, that the timing of it and the statements that were made by Trump and Biden, it just leaves so much room for speculation for everyone to put whatever fucking retarded political spin they want to, so. Good stuff. Perfect ceasefire deal, really. Gives every commentator every fucking catalog of bullshit that they want to present. Okay. Hamas said the IDF bombed them. Oh yeah, of course they would. Maybe. Why is this quest saying 5 pouches and the other one saying 10? Oh, are there 2 quests? Each one needs me to have pouches? 5 pouches. Yeah, there's 2 different quests that each wants me to collect 5 pouches. Okay. Strange. Very strange. Come here!
Health warning.
Whoa, health warning. Not even close, bub. Okay. Huh, huh, huh. Huh. Fucking block. Dick. Can we finish that video about Hakeem's video? $5. Yeah.
Health warning.
Ah! Oh. Okay, Tanaris is shit. It's just too much of nothing. Desert, but... Well, that's cool. But it's, the music's cool. I like the music here. See, I can't fucking mine anything, though. What skill do I need for this? I can't have just been a couple off. Yeah, I've been 9 mining points off for so long. What am I supposed to be mining at this point, though? Silver? Is this where you get stuck? I need that gathermate shit, don't I? My mining has just been fucked because I haven't been able to mine anything since like level 30. Oh well. Whip. Haley Belichick of Predict, thanks for the $2. Can I please borrow $3 from someone? Good one. What's this? What's this gonna do to me? Oh, okay. Do you use CurseForge for add-ons? Yep. What? Get the rested XP, obviously.
Hey, how you doing? Be good. Have a good one. Time is money, friend.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to do this one, but I've done it now.
Keep it
Okay.
real. Be good.
Talk to Dirge. Sell junk and restock. Okay. Suppose I'll do that. Fucker.
Yo.
Okay. Ooh. Wait, 80. Okay, we're close. We're very close. Wait. We're very close. We're not there yet, though. Oh. Slumber sand. Beef. Elemental earth. Thistle tea. Lots of silk cloth. Okay.
Have a good one.
Travel north to the Shimmering Flats. 10 more if you have rep. Oh, what's my... Is it with Undercity? My Undercity rep is honored. Do I need to be revered or honored? Ben! Thanks for the 25 PLN. That's 6. Played the thing. Well, okay, you guys are being... Don't be very... Somebody's fucking aggressive. Shit. Don't be so mean. You need revered. Oh, I need 100 gold then. Is it... Wait, no. I thought you needed 90 if you don't have rep. And 80 if you do. What?
at painting a certain strand of liberalism as apart and somehow more legitimate to the concepts of integrity, quote-unquote being on the right side of history, etc. than socialism. Note that this rarely is used against fascism and is intended solely to paint socialism in a bad light. I wonder why.
Fuck me.
Okay, so Hakim is making 2 points here. 1, critics of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact have a political motive, and 2, I don't really know what his second point is. He says kind of like that people don't criticize Germany for signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact because they like fascism. I don't get that. I don't see how that adds up. But let's talk about the first one first. 1. You can't debunk a biased political argument with another biased political argument. But let's get back to his second claim, which is, this is rarely used against fascism. Hakim doesn't say what this is. What exactly is rarely used against fascism? Because he throws out all these random attacks against liberalism in his video. So that could mean 2 things, I think. 1, accusing a country of being on the wrong side of history is never used against fascism. But this is an extraordinarily ridiculous claim. Does Hakim honestly believe that liberals don't criticize the Third Reich for being bad? That's like the entire premise of modern liberalism as an ideology. 2, he must mean this as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. But why would anyone criticize Germany for making a deal with the Soviet Union unless you believe that the Soviet Union was worse than Germany? Why would liberals say this? Why would anyone say this? I honestly have no idea what Hakim meant. It's clear to me that he's actually just making a clumsy and nonsensical jab at liberals, because again, this is a political video that's making a political argument. But let's just get into the actual historical part of the video. Okay, so since I know that you all are here for the most important part, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, I'm going to fast forward past Hakim's first 5 minutes of background explanation. I'll definitely respond to his claims afterwards, but for now I'll provide my own summary of the background info. Throughout the 1930s, the Soviet Union sought a solid alliance with Britain and France in order to contain the thrashing of Germany. That's a historical fact. The diplomatic effort to create so-called collective security was spearheaded by Maxim Litvinov, the People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. Michael J. Carley talks a lot about Litvinov, raising him up to practically heroic levels. But the French, and especially the British, were suspicious of the Soviets for various reasons. I'll talk about that later, but they dragged their heels throughout the 1930s, even when Germany began to goose-step across whole countries. This proved to be a very stupid decision on the part of Britain and France. They nearly shed their reluctance in August 1939 after Germany invaded Czechoslovakia and appeared gearing up to invade Poland next. But Britain and France again dragged their heels even as complete disaster loomed over Europe. They just didn't trust the Soviet Union at all. Now, I'm purposely skipping a few key details I'll tell you about in a minute, but let's hear how Hakim describes what happens next.
With the collective security policy not bearing fruit, the USSR decided the next best course of action was some kind of treaty with Germany that would delay the war machine the Soviets knew were coming for them. Soviets understood that the West's appeasement policy that had resulted in the annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia was a failure and prelude to an expansionist war by Germany, and that Poland...
Yeah, then they appeased them harder. They appeased them so hard. Oh, he's so stupid. Okay.
...was in Germany's crosshairs next. The Soviets sought to buy as much time to prepare and therefore was left with the unenviable position of having to sign a non-aggression treaty with Germany in order to provide for the security of the USSR and her citizens. All this is also forgetting that the USSR was the last country to sign a non-aggression pact, after Poland and France and Belgium, the Baltic countries, amongst others. That's always never mentioned. I wonder why.
I wonder why.
First, nobody complains about the Soviet Union and Germany.
What does he mean it's never mentioned? You know the difference is that if you're a liberal and you live in liberal society, every fucking child knows. The only thing any child knows about British prime ministers in World War II before Churchill is that Chamberlain was really bad. Chamberlain, bad. Appeasement, bad. Chamberlain, bad. That's the only thing we really remember in terms of analysis of pre-World War II. If you're a normie, if you know nothing about history or politics or anything, oh my god! Someone gave me gold! Bank alt! Bankity! Thank you so much! What the fuck? I can afford them out! Ah! I guess I'll wait till I'm... Is it an Undercity I have to do it? Wow. Or should I just do it now? Should I deviate from the flight path? From the flight plan? Oh shit. Oh shit. Hang on. Where is the Gathermate? Gathermate Classic. Why is there two? Is it? Oh, there's the data. Okay, nice one.
Signing a non-aggression pact in a vacuum. They complain about the Soviet Union signing a non-aggression pact with Germany 2 weeks before the Second World War, giving them the breathing space they needed to invade and butcher.
What is this? Gathering. What does this add-on do? Do I need this add-on if I've already got Gathermate? It's new. Anyone know?
Poland. They complain about the secret protocols of the non-aggression pact, which were nothing better than an imperialist agreement to cut up Eastern Europe like a cabbage pie, and they complain about the unnecessary and voluntary aid the Soviet Union provided Germany up until the very end. Since Hakim is unwilling to talk about all the details of how this treaty came about, probably because they make his team look bad, I'll do so now. Remember Maxim Litvinov, the hero of collective security, the head of the foreign ministry, and Michael Carley's favorite statesman of the 1930s? Right, well, Stalin fired him on the evening of May 3rd, 1939, and replaced him with Vyacheslav Molotov, namesake of the Molotov cocktail. We'll talk about how we got that nickname later. But anyways, a clear and obvious reason for Litvinov's sacking was his failure to woo...
Didn't they call him Molotov cocktail because they were bombing somewhere, but he said it was like aid supplies. So they were like... Yeah, our explosives that we're going to fire back are Molotov cocktails.
Britain and France into
Isn't
an
that
alliance. But Stalin might also have been giving a public warning to Britain and France to get their acts together. Of course, this didn't work, as we talked about. But another key reason, pretty important, for Stalin firing the guy was Litvinov's ethnic heritage. He was born Meyer Hinach Wallach Finkelstein. Decades later, Molotov remembered Stalin ordering him
Don't tell Mike! Shit!
This is pretty important. Molotov himself says this. Stalin ordered him to purge the Ministry of Jews. This is something he explicitly remembers Stalin telling him to do. And why did Litvinov's heritage matter? Why did Stalin want to purge the Ministry of Jews? Well, Stalin wanted to explore additional options. Per recovered documents, a Soviet diplomat named Pavel Astakov, who was handling a key economic dispute with the Germans at the time, asked his counterpart on May 5th whether this event, he's talking about Litvinov being fired, would cause a change in German attitude toward the Soviet Union. He stressed very much the great importance of the personality of Molotov. On August 22nd, the Führer spoke to his generals and specifically said Litvinov's replacement was decisive. Both sides knew what was happening. Now, Litvinov's canning didn't end collective security. Molotov continued efforts to get an alliance with Britain and France through the summer of 1939. But Stalin was now more open to a possible understanding with Germany, and Germany continued its efforts to woo the Soviets away from Britain and France. Now, historians argue back and forth when exactly the General Secretary opened his mind to reprimand with the Reich. Jeffrey Roberts argues it took until late July 1939 before Britain and France's attachés arrived in Russia to negotiate. As Soviet-German negotiations began in secret, the outline became pretty clear of what both sides wanted. This wouldn't just be a normal non-aggression pact, but a settlement of a number of territorial political issues in Eastern Europe, as Jeffrey Roberts puts it. Already, Germany was proposing splitting the continent in half. As Soviet negotiations with the democracies broke down, the Soviets switched tracks toward the Germans. At first, the Soviets called for Ribbentrop to visit August 26th or so, but with Germany's deadline for starting the war coming, the Germans called for an earlier date. Here's what Roberts writes. In a letter to Hitler, Stalin replied personally, agreeing that Ribbentrop arrive in Moscow on the 23rd of August. Within a few hours of his arrival, they signed a deal. Why was the Soviet Union so interested in a deal with Germany? Well, perhaps the best source we have is the diary of Georgy Dimitrov, the leader of the Communist International, who met with Stalin on September 7th and wrote that Stalin said, A war is on between two groups of capitalist countries for the redivision of the world, for the domination of the world. We see nothing wrong in their having a good hard fight and weakening each other. It would be fine if at the hands of Germany, the position of the richest capitalist countries, especially England, were shaken. We can maneuver, pit one side against the other, and to set them fighting with each other as fiercely as possible. The non-aggression pact is to a certain degree helping Germany. Next time we'll urge on the other side. Michael J. Carley, who if you remember is Hakim's real source throughout this whole video, admits this is a real quote from Stalin. Now of course he adds that the West was just as cynical. That's fair, we'll talk about their failure later, but you have to admit this was a pretty revealing thing for Stalin to say on the eve of the Second World War, don't you think? Now, why was Germany so interested in a deal with the Soviet Union? Well, back on the night of August 18th, 1939, the German Foreign Minister Ribbentrop messaged his ambassador in Moscow, Count von Schulenburg, and said, "The Führer considers it necessary that we be not taken by surprise by the outbreak of German-Polish conflict while we are striving for a clarification of German-Russian relations. He therefore considers a previous clarification necessary, if only to be taken into account Russian interests in case of such a conflict." So clearly the Führer had major worries about invading Poland if Germany hadn't yet signed a deal with the Soviets. Now I believe there was probably like a 90-95% chance that Germany would have just invaded Poland anyways. But with the pact, there was a 100% chance of Germany invading Poland. The Soviet-German friendship also had a key economic dimension. On August 22nd, the Führer addressed his top generals to discuss the coming war with Poland, and probably Britain and France as well. He specifically said, "We need not be afraid of a blockade. The East will supply us with grain, cattle, coal, lead, and zinc." Which gives us an even deeper explanation as to why Germany saw positive relations with the Soviet Union to create its own continental system against the British blockade. As history would soon show, that aid that the Soviet Union provided to Germany was very important to its war effort. But let's move on. Next, Hakim cites an interview in Times magazine with a former US ambassador to the USSR who says that the Soviet Union acted rationally to buy itself time. He says that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was not a pact for a mutual offensive against Germany's enemies, in that it provided only that neither would attack the other. They gained precious time, which they feverishly employed to protect their security against the inevitable Nazi attack. Hakim uses this to argue that,
by now it should be crystal clear that the narrative that resulted from Cold War distortion is in blatant contravention of the facts. The fact the USSR signed with Germany wasn't a military alliance, it was a means of buying time to prepare for the easily anticipated invasion.
Except one problem. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact had a secret protocol. That's what I've been talking about. This interview from the ambassador was given in 1943 in the midst of the war, and the secret protocol was only discovered by the wider world 3 years later in 1946 when it was published in newspapers. Using a source before people knew about the true secret extent of the deal, which negotiators on both sides admitted was key to the agreement, is manipulative. Hakim must know, or if he doesn't know, then he maybe shouldn't have made this video, he must know that this is not an honest source to use. We'll talk more about whether the Soviet Union actually feverishly prepared for war with Germany in a minute, but let's hear what Hakim has to say next.
Related to the military alliance myth is the claim that Stalin conspired with Hitler to partition Poland between Germany and the USSR in one of the secret articles of the pact brought by the Germans, specifically secret article number 2. If you read through it, it's fairly clear as to what Germany's true intentions were. The most obvious happens to be in the first line of the article. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state. This is a rather long-winded and euphemistic way to describe an invasion. The phrasing really betrays what the Germans want to do and then presents them in the treaty as a pure hypothetical. Also, remember, this is a secret provision of the treaty, which only serves to further make clear that Germany was starting in Poland in what had till then been a series of easy, albeit diplomatically draining annexations via the appeasement by Western powers. After all, while the Germans made it obvious that they were bent on expansion, they still wanted to have the veneer of plausible deniability. They soon use another euphemism for invasion as well, since the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands of the Signes, respectively.
I feel like every group in the world would use a euphemism like this. This is what they do, like military operation, or should there be some kind of partitioning? It's like, how often do people say, yeah, we're going to invade a country? It's just not how people talk when they're doing these things, when they're making these agreements. It's not exactly vague, is it?
governments rather than, you know, the Polish people themselves.
This is the most confusing part of the video for me because Hakim is making an argument fundamentally opposed to the whole thesis of his whole video. I honestly don't know if he understands this, so I'll explain it. He says in one sentence, related to the military alliance myth is the claim that Stalin conspired with Hitler to partition Poland between Germany and the USSR. He argues that this is false throughout the whole video, so he thinks it's a myth, that it's untrue. But then his next few sentences prove that they did. He argues that it is completely obvious from the text of the secret protocol of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that Germany was planning on invading Poland, which is obviously true. Germany was planning on doing that for months, if not years, but the reason everyone is angry at the Soviet Union, Hakim, is because the Soviets signed the deal anyways. As you admit, he admits this, they must have seen a German invasion of Poland coming down the pipeline. It seems clear to me that they failed to respond appropriately, maybe even enabling it by basically greenlighting German conquest. Hakim admits this.
Another thing that's in Richard Evans' book is that Hitler was nervous
They did not consider the
about invading Poland. He wasn't like completely having his heart set on it because one thing he was worried about was having to fight on two fronts against Soviets and Allies. So the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact effectively sealed Poland's fate.
The will or the interests of the Polish people. It was cold, it was calculated.
Whoa,
you could even say
big spiders.
they split Poland into different parts. Partition, if you will. And what you call an agreement with Germany hidden from everyone else in the world while in the midst of negotiations with Germany's enemies. I'd call that conspiring. How else would you describe this treaty if not Stalin conspiring with Hitler to partition Poland? That's literally just what the text of this treaty reads, as Hakim admits. It's either a myth or German invasion plans were obvious. It can't be both. The only way you can hold these two competing ideas in your head at the same time, not only that, but write a script with these sentences next to each other, speak them into a microphone, edit them, and upload it to your hundreds of thousands of subscribers, is through an extremely impressive gymnastic routine of doublethink.
Wow.
But let's talk more about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, because even though Hakim denies it existed in the title of his video, but just showed it on screen, he obviously doesn't talk about it that much. You can see a copy of the secret protocol here, there's a link down below, but it's everywhere online, you can read it yourself. Let's bring up an English translation. Article 1 of the secret additional protocol between Hitler and Stalin reads, Article 1. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Baltic states, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the northern boundary of Lithuania shall represent the boundary of the spheres of influence of Germany in the USSR. In this connection, the interest of Lithuania in the Vilna area is recognized by each party. Wait a second, that's not Poland. So right off the bat, if you actually read the whole document, it's abundantly clear that this treaty was not just about Germany invading Poland, it was about the whole of Eastern Europe. There was no risk of a German invasion of Finland, yet the Soviet Union made sure to snatch that slice of the pie. Let's take a glimpse at Article 3. Article 3. With regard to southeastern Europe, attention is called by the Soviet side to its interest in Bessarabia. The German side declares its complete political disinterestedness in these areas. Put a pin in that for a moment. Just let the question of whether or not the Soviet Union will seize territory from Romania anytime soon, despite Germany saying it had no interest there. I wonder why Hakim doesn't talk about this in his video. Actually, instead of just vaguely suggesting ulterior motives like Hakim does throughout his video, I'll make it clear. He doesn't talk about these parts of the treaty because it makes the Soviet Union, his team as he self-identifies, look bad. And the mission of his video, if you remember, is to make the Soviet Union look good. But let's take a gander at the juiciest protocol of them all. Article 2. In the event of a territorial and political rearrangement of the areas belonging to the Polish state, the spheres of influence of Germany and the USSR shall be bounded approximately by the lines of the river Narev, Vistula, and San. The question of whether the interests of both parties make desirable the maintenance of an independent Polish state and how such a state should be bounded can only be definitely determined in the course of further political developments. In any event, both governments will resolve this question by means of a friendly agreement. So it's pretty clear from this text that the Soviet Union, like Germany, was an imperialist power seeking to maximize its strength.
Uh-oh.
Now, obviously, every country is motivated by self-interest. That's natural, but people like Hakim enjoy pretending that the Soviet Union was some sort of enlightened despotism, guided by motivations superior to those of dirty capitalist countries. You'll see this in a bit, but he spent the first 6 minutes of his video trashing Britain and France for being unwilling to fight Germany in the mid-1930s, but when the Soviet Union signs a much closer deal with Germany all the way in 1939, when it knows Germany is planning on invading Poland, then when the Soviets themselves start invading sovereign countries that Germany hasn't even touched, then Stalin is just buying time for a war he knew was coming. Here, I'll pose a hypothetical to everyone in case you don't see the difference. Imagine if, in August 1939, Germany was gearing up to invade France instead of Poland. Let's pretend that the Soviet Union, distrustful of capitalist powers, drags its heels in signing a defense treaty with Britain and France. So Supreme Leader Oswald Mosley of the United Kingdom throws up his arms, fires his Jewish foreign minister, and signs a treaty of non-aggression with Germany. And in its secret protocols, Germany and Britain agree to divide French territory between them. Then, just a week later, Germany invades France, and 3 weeks after that, Britain invades France too, gobbling up a whole bunch of territory and annexing it into the new British Empire. For some reason, I don't think Hakim would be as charitable to Britain in that case. So what does Hakim say immediately after skimming through the contents of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, which is the subject of his whole video? Is he maybe...
Did Hakim ever explain why the Soviets kept Poland after World War II? Because he's a imperialist? Just doesn't like to say that out loud, obviously.
We're going to talk about the Soviet territorial ambitions in other countries like Lithuania, Romania, Finland? Let's see.
They soon use another euphemism for invasion as well, since the existence of an independent Polish state is implied to be in the hands of the signees' respective governments rather than, the Polish people themselves. Poland was unfortunately really affected by anti-Semitic conspiracies in the form of Judeo-Bolshevism, the extremely stupid idea that Jewish people were overrepresented in and thereby controlled the Soviet government.
Why did he throw Poland under the bus immediately? It's like he knows he said something bad about the Soviet Union, so he had to turn around and smack someone else in the face to balance it out. But I'll be charitable and assume
Fucking
that
blast
he's
wave.
not making the argument that Poland, being anti-Semitic, didn't have a right to determine its own form of government, because the Soviet Union, as we've showed, also was anti-Semitic. But let's keep listening.
This anti-communist sentiment was a powerful guiding force in the Polish foreign policy. Obviously shunning the possibility of an alliance with the USSR, Poland sought to force strategic military alliances with Britain and France to guard against a Nazi invasion and signed a mutual defense pact only months before the invasion would actually occur. In this context, Stalin had to make a difficult decision about how to best allow the USSR to survive the oncoming assault, which would be called Operation Barbarossa, which began in 1941.
First, a few points. 1. Poland did not reject an alliance with the Soviet Union because it was anti-Semitic. Interwar Poland was very anti-Semitic, but it rejected an alliance with the Soviet Union for geopolitical reasons. Poland won its independence from Russia in living memory. It feared once Soviet troops entered the country, they wouldn't leave the country for decades. That's what happened in real life. 2. We'll talk more about whether or not Stalin effectively prepared for the German invasion later. Hint, he didn't. But let's listen to Hakim a bit more.
Additionally, the notion that Stalin was secretly planning a joint offensive with Hitler in order to partition Poland hasn't really been substantiated. If you look at the order of events, the reaction of the Soviet leadership, and the actions of the Red Army, which we're going to talk about in a second, you clearly see that this was not the typical actions of a conquering army. Stalin's focus on invasion threat from Germany and the time he was trying to buy to thwart one was only in regard to the USSR, not Poland. Of course, he only cares about his own nation. The USSR leadership was absolutely blindsided by the Nazi invasion of Poland. It occurred only 1 week after signing the pact and only 1 day after the Supreme Soviet approved it. These are not the actions of a state anticipating a joint offensive. Just to be clear, the USSR leadership understood Hitler was planning on invading Poland, but not so immediately and so blatantly. Due to them being caught off guard, the Soviet invasion of Poland not only happened days after the Nazi invasion, but was hastily and poorly organized.
Okay, so Hakim talks for a bit about how the Soviet army was not in a war-ready state when it occupied Poland. He takes this as proof that the Soviets were not planning on invading Poland and that the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact didn't actually partition Poland. This is a very messy section, it doesn't make much sense, so I'm just going to list out some responses. 1. The Soviet army being disorganized is not proof that the Soviets didn't plan to invade Poland, since again, things are changing every day. Maybe the Soviet army was just disorganized from Stalin shooting all his good generals. It was disorganized when he invaded Finland too, and the Soviets had more time to plan that war. 2. There is a difference between agreeing to partition something and planning to actually conquer territory. Historians argue back and forth when Stalin actually set in stone the plan to conquer Poland, but they probably only gave it the green light a few days after Germany invaded Poland. 3. The USSR invaded Poland on September 17th. Germany invaded Poland on September 1st. So it wasn't days, like Hakim says, but weeks. Hakim fans, if you're still around, please take this as proof that I am not being biased against him, because this kind of strengthens his argument, and if I was being biased, I wouldn't even point that out. But anyways, when exactly did the Soviet Union actually decide to start invading countries? Let's look at some actual sources. As historian Jeffrey Roberts explains, immediately after the German invasion of Poland, the Soviet Union charted a neutralist, wait-and-see approach. They didn't immediately invade, that's a fact. On September 3rd, however, the German Foreign Minister Ribbentrop directed his ambassador Schulenburg in Moscow to say that Germany might have to trespass into the Soviet sphere in Poland to wipe up the army unless the Soviet Union invaded first. He said, please discuss this at once with Molotov to see if the Soviet Union does not consider it desirable for Russian forces to move at the proper time against Polish forces in the Russian sphere of interest and, for their part, to occupy this territory. Then, on September 9th, Schulenburg messaged back to Germany to say, Molotov told me today at 3 p.m. that a Soviet military action would take place within the next few days. So at the very latest, the Soviets set in motion their plan to invade Poland on September 9th. Then, the day afterward, the German records say, Molotov modified his statement of yesterday by saying that the Soviet government was taken completely by surprise by the unexpected rapid German military success. In accordance with our first communication, the Red Army had counted on several weeks, which had now shrunk to a few days. The Soviet military authorities were therefore in a difficult situation since, in view of conditions here, they required possibly 2 to 3 weeks.
Time to swap for the survival guide. These fire fucking these blast waves could potentially crit for 1,000. Is that right? That blast wave was like 400. They could probably crit for 800. So I need to stay above, ideally 1,000 HP, 250. Oh no, so it would crit for 500. That's fine. I can handle that. I can handle it critting for 500. I need to stay above board though. Seen plenty die suddenly. What, are these dragons? Well. See, I'm not gonna go up to this guy. Not yet.
More for their preparations. Over 3 million men were already mobilized. Then Molotov came to the political side of the matter and stated that the Soviet government had intended to take the occasion of the further advance of German troops to declare that Poland was falling apart, and that it was necessary for the Soviet government, in consequence, to come to the aid of the Ukrainians and the White Russians threatened by Germany. This argument was to make the intervention of the Soviet Union plausible to the masses, and at the same time avoid giving the Soviet Union the appearance of an aggressor. If you were distracted, it's important to look at this message because it shows that the Soviets used ethnic politics as an excuse for their invasion. It wasn't the actual reason. They were just floating it to win the masses in their sudden geopolitical swap toward allying with fascism. So the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a partition, yes, but the Soviet Union did not immediately expect to have to invade Poland to conquer the territory.
That was a
so
troublesome
soon.
decision.
Like
I
the
need
rest
to
of the
kidney shot
world,
this guy.
Stalin was surprised at how quickly Poland collapsed. When it fell, he hurriedly picked up the pace and invaded Poland on September 17th for cold, calculating reasons. I've been ranting for a bit, so let's hear what Hakim has to say next.
As I know, practically all the areas the Soviets would go on to quote-unquote occupy prior to 1941.
Wait, really? Why am I on still 2 out of 15 for the hearts and tongues? Why? Did we already go over the ceasefire deal? Yep. The news on that is done for the day, I believe.
either were part of the post-Tsarist political structure or had their own episode of the Bolshevik Revolution, which happened to be defeated either by white armies, for example Finland in the Civil War, or German World War I policy, specifically Brest-Litovsk.
The only reason to bring this up at all is to make the argument that Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania, all countries the Soviets invaded, were not legitimate countries. Remember how he says quote-unquote occupy, as if the Soviet Union did not literally occupy them with soldiers. He uses the word occupy over and over throughout the rest of the video without any hesitation, so I don't know why he's being tricky here. And also, it doesn't matter if Finland was part of the post-Tsarist political structure, whatever that means. Finland did not want to be invaded and occupied by the Soviet Union. That's the important part. I don't have any problem saying the United States invaded and occupied countries, so why does he have such a problem admitting that the Soviet Union did the same? Earlier in his video, he condemns Western efforts to snuff out the communist revolution in Russia. If Russians had a right to determine their own form of government and to not be invaded by foreign countries, why do other countries not have that right as well? While Hakim's true reasoning is clear, it's because there wasn't enough red on their flags.
Okay, so if the USSR didn't conspire with the Nazis to partition Poland amongst themselves, then why did the USSR invade Poland? There's plenty of sources that already focus and almost exclusively mention the many unjustifiable mistakes committed by the Red Army, as with any army, of course. But this overemphasis really only serves as a way for liberals to equate the communists and Nazis, which is an ideological pool with the depth of a puddle.
It's really quite extreme.
I love it how he's like, this was really bad, but also it serves liberals, so we don't like it. He's such a fucking asshole. Oh, God. Does he not hear himself? Did he not hear himself? Just like, yeah, this doesn't really suit my story, so even though it's true, I don't like it. We're not talking about it. Fuck's sake. It's inconvenient.
Extraordinary how Hakim manages to completely pivot whenever he lets it slip out that the Soviet Union might have done anything bad. Back before, if you remember, he instantly pivoted from admitting the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact did not consider the will of the Polish people to condemning Poland as an anti-Semitic country, despite, of course, the Soviet Union being anti-Semitic too. Now, even in a sort of basic introductory rhetorical question about why the Soviet Union invaded Poland, he can't even answer his own question before instantly pivoting to attack liberal sources that condemn Soviet atrocities. Except almost by accident, he admits that the Soviets did those atrocities. To try to get above any moral hypocritical issue, he offers the lukewarm concession that those crimes were unjustifiable. I am really tired of this sort of hollow rhetoric. How many millions murdered, thrown in camps, ripped from their homes, tortured, but you know what, I'm getting ahead of myself, because not a word after Hakim admits that these crimes were unjustifiable, he retracts everything and says they were mistakes. Unjustifiable mistakes. Because wait, if they're unjustifiable, that means the Soviets did something bad, so they have to be mistakes. Mistakes that any army, he says, would commit. But that's not enough. He has to always consider the political implications because this is a political video about a political topic from a political channel, so he again pivots and says, but this overemphasis really only serves as a way for liberals to equate the communists and the Nazis. Maybe the Soviet Union equated itself to Germany by committing such horrendous crimes by making an alliance with Hitler. Why doesn't Stalin, a dictator who historian Michael J. Carley admits killed at least hundreds of thousands in that podcast Hakim watched, why doesn't Stalin have any agency, moral responsibility, any responsibility over his own actions and orders? Why is it an unjustifiable mistake when it was purposefully done? Hakim is stuck.
NPC special attacks can't crit. I didn't know that, so I'm not scared of that blast wave anymore. Okay.
In this Cold War siege mentality where any criticism of the Soviet Union must be instantly and clumsily downplayed and dismissed as politically motivated. Hakim fans, if you don't get what I'm saying, what if you were watching a YouTube video that said, why did the United States invade Vietnam? Well, there are plenty of sources that already focus and almost exclusively mention the many unjustifiable mistakes committed by the US Army, as with any army, of course. But this overemphasis really only serves as a way for people to equate liberal democracy with the communists. You see what cowardice that is? Do you see how cowardly that is? Why is it so hard for Hakim to just admit that the Soviet Union did something bad on purpose? It's insane. I mean, the answer is clear. It makes his team look bad, so he can't do it. But as a communist, shouldn't Hakim want to learn from the past sins of communism to improve his own belief system?
Hell no.
That seems like an obvious thing to do with this subject. Actually, the Deprogram podcast has a whole episode on all the mistakes of communism, which goes about as well as you'd expect.
About the number one failure, we can say, of former socialism, which is that Stalin did not go far enough. That's the show, guys. Good night. Thank you. I'm Hakeem.
or there was one, I hope he might be listening, because he was a great inspiration, a channel called Socialism or Barbarism, and they deleted their channel at one point. And I remember their bio being, we know that socialists have killed many people. The only thing we know for sure, though, is that it wasn't enough. So yeah,
Health warning.
Let me know if you'd like
You're
me
like
to
a bunch of
respond to that
fucking
video in the comments.
sweaty gamers. You can't even show your fucking faces on camera. Like, come on. This call to murder was sponsored by shaving cream. Oh god. Thousands of innocents in Israeli prisons. Are they all innocent to you, Frieda Necker? Jesus Christ. Oh god. Same as hostages, right? Fucking moron. Okay. Whoa. Like Sinwar. He was an innocent brain tumor patient.
Anyways, let's keep listening.
Enter the
Let's take a
cave?
look
No
into the
way.
notes. The USSR leadership's original justification given for the invasion of Poland was to regain lands lost in the Treaty of Riga, which concluded in 1919 and 1921 Polish-Bolshevik War. Ukraine and Belarus, then a part of the USSR, were invaded by Poland in their attempt to re-establish the borders of the Polish Empire of 1772. In the treaty, the Polish border was established by Britain and the US at 200 miles east of the Curzon line. However, due to the march of time and the migrations of people that occurred during previous eras, the lands acquired by Poland were no longer ethnically Polish, but were mainly Ukrainian and Belarusian. Therefore, Poland was seen as an occupier and colonial power even in these regions by minority groups.
This summary is half accurate, which you'd expect from the Wikipedia article Hakeem flashes as a citation. If you want more information on the Polish-Soviet War, the most accessible book I've found is Norman Davies' White Eagle, Red Star. But let's talk about the mistakes Hakeem makes. First, the British and the Americans established the Curzon Line, hence the name, as the provisional border of eastern Poland after the First World War. This line basically matched Poland's modern border. They did not establish Poland's very far eastern border, which Hakeem says they did. The Westerners had no part in the Treaty of Riga between the Poles and the Soviets, which ended their war in the 1920s. Second, and while Hakeem cast all the negative implications of invasion on the Polish side, which perhaps they deserve for escalating a bloody frontier war into a full-bodied invasion, the communists did plenty of invading themselves, marching deep into Polish territory, close to Warsaw even, before being thrown back. Both sides also perpetrated brutal crimes against civilians. This was a very chaotic and very bloody time in the history of Eastern Europe. Also, Hakeem condemns Poland for wanting to re-establish the territorial borders of its old empire when he downplayed the Soviet invasion of Finland and the Baltic states since they were part of the post-Tsarist political structure. This is an inconsistency. Both are bad. Now, did Belarusians and Ukrainians in eastern Poland, who were in fact definitely mistreated by the Polish nationalist government, have the right to self-determination and their own sovereign countries? Yes, of course, 100%, definitely. How does this impact the morality of the 1939 Soviet invasion of Poland? Not much actually, since we already established the Soviets just used them as an excuse. Also, Poland contained non-Polish regions it won in a war, just like the Soviet Union. If you say Poland...
Not all, but plenty. Do you think most of them are? Read a human rights report for once. Yeah, I do. You should read a human rights report and stop just telling people to read one in chat. And then read about where they get their information from. And then read probably come back to talking about that as well. Like the ones where they're like, we couldn't see any military activity in this area. We called like 3 people and asked after they were given directions by Hamas to shut the fuck up about military activity. That's your human rights report. Yeah, I've read them. You haven't. You're a liar. You probably read that there are a few thousand in administrative detention and assumed that that means that they're innocent because you haven't read the Geneva Convention and you haven't read the way that human rights reports actually talk about the response to administrative detention and the fact that those people, what they really need is appeals processes, not to be immediately released. If you were innocent, you would have to get unconditional release. The reason that B'Tselem doesn't call for that for the people in administrative detention is because administrative detention is permitted by the Geneva Convention. You just need to give them reviews and appeals. So I'm gonna give you some time. Go read that. Come back in 24 hours, okay? Because you're just gonna keep on spurging. I know you're not gonna bother. Bye bye.
Poland deserved to be invaded for this. Why not the Soviet Union? Let's get back to Hakim, though.
The motivations to invade Poland expressed by the Red Army, however, were quite different. They claimed they were compelled to counter the invasion by Germany and liberate the Polish proletariat and oppressed minorities. Now, of course, this may sound kind of two-faced, but they did genuinely believe this stuff, and the work of Kotkin goes as far as to prove as much. The Red Army used slogans of class emancipation with national liberation, which caused confusion amongst the various minorities who had their own interests and scores to settle with Poland. While the Soviets intended to rescue Belarusians and Ukrainians from mostly Polish class domination, each group found support for their own particular ethnic claims and or projects, of course.
Here, Hakim uses the personal motivations of soldiers and propaganda produced by the army as evidence for Stalin's motivations. Hakim wouldn't hold any other country to the same trustful standard. Does he believe that the United States invaded Iraq to beat terrorism and spread democracy like the government said and the soldiers believed? No. Did the Soviets and Germans glare at each other icily when they met each other in Poland? Nope. In the city of Brest, they held a joint military parade celebrating their conquest, the swastika and the sickle side by side. Not only
they did do that.
the Soviet and German invasions coordinated with each other in the first place, sharing information about Polish troop positions. Historian Roger Morehouse says Soviet authorities agreed to allow signals to be broadcast from Minsk to aid in Luftwaffe navigation. That's the German Air Force. This sounds a good portion of the way to a military alliance, if you ask me. Moving on.
Red Army soldiers entering Poland, tasked with preparing local populations ideologically for the invasions, shouted slogans which explicitly encouraged the population to, and I quote, rectify the wrongs it had suffered during 20 years of Polish rule, and disseminated very base leaflets, actually, that urged Polish soldiers to turn their weapons against the capitalists, the landowners, and the military officials, which similarly encouraged the local population to assault their landlords with, quote, whatever was at hand, scythes, axes, and pitchforks. Anyways, as a result of this propaganda effort, much of the...
God, he really loves that shit, doesn't he? I wonder if it's worth ever bringing up the fact that one of his... Whoa, shit. Why did that happen? I wonder if it's worth bringing up ever that one of his fucking comrades was a landlord. I wonder if it's ever... I don't know. Maybe for another time.
Initial brutality that occurred in what would become Soviet-occupied Poland, or reconstituted Ukraine, Belarus, the maps get fuzzy after a while, began prior to the beginning of the invasion proper. It should also be noted that most of it was selective, targeting only those of the then perceived as oppressor classes, such as landlords. This is important to mention given that so much attention is given to later mistakes, and this period gets unfairly lumped in by liberals, since they see mega landlords getting a comeuppance and their land expropriated as a bad thing. I don't, clearly.
Now, it goes without saying that the German occupation of Poland was significantly worse than the Soviet occupation. In my Zoomer Historian video, I talk about what happened in German-occupied areas, which during 1941 became the whole of Poland, of course. There's also a whole book on this called Poland's Holocaust, which should make it very clear what happened. Mass murder, deportations, very horrible stuff. Every rational person would see that the Soviet occupation, brutal as it was ultimately better than the German occupation. That's a hard truth, but it's true. But this is a video about the Soviet Union. Even though there were fewer Soviet than German atrocities, that does not mean they didn't happen, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't know about them, or we should ignore them, or shrug them off. Eastern Poland was not a socialist paradise. You can read more about this in the first few chapters of The Devil's Alliance by Roger Morehouse. Anyways, most Polish soldiers, stuck in a gigantic pincher assault from both sides, just surrendered to the Soviets. But there were about 40 total clashes. When the Red Army seized officers from the Polish army, they quickly just began to execute them. Mirroring Germany's policies in Western Poland, the Soviet Union cracked down violently on the population. The Soviet secret police, the NKVD, began a reign of terror in Poland, arresting random civilians for harmless offenses. And in March 1940, the Soviet Union murdered about 15,000 Polish prisoners of war, chiefly officers, and on top of that, several thousand police, landowners, priests, and intellectuals, dumping their bodies in mass graves in the Katyn Woods. Those are the mistakes that Hakim mentions in passing but doesn't go into detail about. Meanwhile, the Soviets also began a series of mass deportations of other civilians who might prove to be disloyal to the Soviet occupation. These included teachers, priests, intellectuals, and the families of the men killed in the Katyn woods. Over several months, Soviet forces arrested at least 1 million people in the night, then stuck them on crowded cattle cars, only feeding them rarely on their multi-week journey eastward far from Poland. Huge numbers, about a third, died on the journey, disproportionately the elderly and the young, including infants. The Soviet Union abducted and stuffed infants into cattle cars and let them starve to death. There are first-hand accounts of this, as well as documentation. No serious person disputes this happened. These are the mistakes that Hakim keeps referencing. Mass murder of prisoners and civilians, including infants. Now, this actually wasn't very unusual for the Soviet Union at the time at all. You can read all about Stalin's policies of ethnic cleansing in articles like this one. The Poles weren't alone. Other ethnic groups across this vast Soviet Union also fell victim to a gigantic policy of brutal relocations. Oh, and when survivors arrived in Siberia or Central Asia, their lives were hardly ideal.
Come on, just fucking die. I want to get the next one. Hey!
Wiped out many people. Now, the United States did do something similar during the Second World War. It interned more than 100,000 Japanese Americans in one of the darkest moments of American history. But the Soviet Union's crimes were on an order of magnitude larger. Imagine if President Roosevelt invaded northern Mexico, then deported 1 million Mexican civilians to Alaska, only feeding them occasionally. That's the sort of insane brutality that Stalin and the Soviet government perpetrated in this period. I'm not even mentioning the hundreds of thousands Stalin and his agents murdered in a paranoid, blood-hungry frenzy in the late 1930s for imagined political offenses. Michael J. Carley, Hakim's primary source for this, admits this happened. There's a reason if you look at a list of old Bolshevik revolutionaries, so many died in 1937. Now, surely Stalin was just preparing the Soviet Union for the Second World War by doing half of Germany's work for them? Earlier, Hakim wondered how liberals would dare compare communism to fascism. Well, if you ignore and downplay millions murdered by Stalin's regime, what else are people supposed to make of your ideology? Does Hakim ever mention any of this? No. He spends over a minute talking about how the Red Army was greeted as liberators by the people of Poland, even though he admits the Soviet Union prepared a large percentage of the spontaneous displays of communism beforehand. Now, to be fair, I'm going to be fair. Ethnic minorities in Poland, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Jewish people, did generally view the arrival of the Soviet Union as better than rule from nationalist Poland. But this in no way justifies other Soviet atrocities. You gotta mention that in your video about this. It's kind of crazy.
Did you hear about the Neil Gaiman allegations? Who the fuck is Neil Gaiman? Is that a meme? Is that a joke? Neil Gaiman. Is that a joke? I feel like Biden. Are we really fresh out of scouts now? No, we're not. Haha. This is a long quest. Those whelps, I still need to kill a shitload of them. The Sandman comics. Don't know what that is. Sounds cringe. Rest in peace. Or I'm happy for him. Or sorry to hear that happened. I don't know. Or no, I'm not reading that. One of those. Okay.
Remember all the violence and brutality I've talked about? Here's what Hakim says about this.
Soviet invasion plans emphasized the importance of a proper and cordial reception because they saw it as a precursor for a plebiscite that would bring forth the political will of a local populace. With all the celebration, much of the older generation was still terrified, though. Some even went into hiding from the Red Army or worse. However, since the Red Army's approach, characterized by restraint and selective action rather than indiscriminate violence, they managed to garner a measure of relief among the general population, specifically against the groups that were usually targeted, which include officers, policemen, landowners, etc. What's What's more is that Red Army soldiers, despite commands to the contrary, usually did engage with locals and establish some sort of cordial relationships. After the Red Army established control over the areas they occupied, they embarked on local governance, of course to maintain order, but also to help channel it towards the provisioning of the Red Army, arresting...
I love how this guy's just like, yeah, it's okay that they killed a bunch of landlords. Like, it's okay that if they killed police officers and landlords, that was all good, right? Fuck me. Half your fucking friends are landlords. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
reactionary societal figures, preparing the elections that were upcoming. For the next 20 months, the region that the Soviets occupied experienced a heavy dose of electoral politics. There were 3 different elections, 2 of which were within the first 6 months of the occupation. The United States didn't bother to do that with half the places they occupy, and their explicit goal is apparently democracy. Anyways, I have relevant reading recommendations that you can check out here if you're interested in how the USSR worked and all
Is
that.
he going to say that these plebiscites were legitimate? That these were democratic, with one party and with an authoritarian regime overseeing the fucking election? Yeah, wow. Just like the annexation of Crimea, right? Totally consensus of the people.
Health warning.
Whoa, shit! Huh. Many whelps!
But anyone who has a proper understanding of how the Soviet system worked isn't surprised by how the Soviets operated during the occupation as it relates to civil engagement and participation.
Yeah, this is no better than outright atrocity denial. To pretend that the Soviet Union was just arresting reactionary societal figures when it arrested, tortured, murdered, or starved to death a huge sum of people whose crime, if there was any, and there often wasn't, was just disapproving of an invasion of their own country is disgusting. You can make the argument that it was strategically necessary for the Soviet Union to occupy eastern Poland before the Germans did. Churchill made that argument. That could make sense, but all the rest of this violence, the atrocities, were not necessary. These weakened the Soviet Union, as I'll talk about in a bit. Also, those elections Hakim mentions, they were not real elections. They didn't have real elections in the Soviet Union, which was a single-party state. Anyways, let's see how Hakim ends this video, then we'll talk about what Hakim conveniently skips, then we'll talk about how this whole mess began in the first place.
Now, it should be clear as to why Western sources demonized the USSR and tried to put the Red Army and its conduct on par with the Nazis. The USSR stayed mostly true to their principles during the occupation of Poland. It should also be clear just how nonsensical the claim about the Soviets and Nazis conspiring to partition Poland is. Rather, the Soviet occupation of Poland could be seen as the Soviets' attempts to save as much of the Polish population from the violence of the Wehrmacht.
Alright, I'm tired of this. I'm just going to throw up some bullet points. 1. No, it's not demonization to call out the Soviet Union for committing mass murder and atrocities. If you think that's demonization, too bad. Don't murder people. Easy. If you think that the deportation of ethnic groups from their homelands, providing them scraps, if anything at all, if you think torturing and mass murder of priests, teachers, intellectuals, prisoners of war, and their families are true to the USSR's principles, then it seems to me that the Soviet Union was pretty bad.
Whoa.
He again denies the basic fundamental reality of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, even though he showed it on screen. No, the Soviet Union did not want to save the Polish population from Germany, it wanted to strengthen its own position. Nowhere in the video did he provide any evidence or argument for this, then at the end he just randomly creates the best possible idea for invading a country out of thin air. He has no sources, it's just vibes, and the vibes are looking pretty atrocious to me. I'll give him one last chance to turn this whole video around, but for some reason I don't think he's gonna redeem himself.
Unsurprisingly, there are several reasons, and not all of which were altruistic. Despite that, the Red Army and the Soviets were generally preferred to that of the Wehrmacht and the Nazis, except for a select segment of anti-Semitic Polish people and Ukrainians of Poland who preferred the Nazis because Judeo-Bolsheviks and all that. Regardless, they were greeted warmly by the population, and even though not all were locally organized by enthusiastic supporters, the conduct of the local populace seems to indicate that most people saw them at a minimum as the lesser of 2 evils. Doesn't make everything they did right, but historical nuance is a interesting and fun thing to discuss. I look forward to random 14-year-olds complaining in the comments because I didn't say Stalin ate Polish babies. And a final addendum, this one will just be a bit rambly. For the love of God, please don't misunderstand me. The Soviets made many mistakes in this. It would have been better that there be—
Please don't understand me, please don't. Please don't come and tell me that I'm saying they didn't make any mistakes, like they were in a... Oh god.
no pact. It would be better for them to have not occupied Poland, but if you were in the particular place,
it would have been better for them to not occupy Poland. Did I forget him say that? What? So what's the whole point? You just fucking justified it for the last hour. What the fuck? Okay.
The particular industrialization level, facing the same kind of danger, I don't know if you would have made better decisions particularly, especially when there was goodwill shown in the form of collective security with France and Britain, which would have prevented all this nonsense to begin with, or at least greatly affected it. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon, it really does help.
What a limp, cowardly way to close your video. It's seriously nauseating how he talks about this subject. Historical nuance is an interesting and fun thing to discuss, except he doesn't discuss it. He makes cloaked references to mistakes without having the guts to actually say what those mistakes were because they make his team look bad. Next he says, I look forward to random 14-year-olds complaining in the comments because I didn't say Stalin ate Polish babies. That's what he says. He's trying to be funny? Is it a joke? Who do you think were the first to die from starvation after Soviet troops tore innocent civilians from their homes, stuck them on cattle cars, and shipped them hundreds of kilometers with barely any food or water? Hakim, the Soviets butchered people. If it weren't for his buddy to the west and his other buddy to the east, Stalin would have been the world's foremost serial killer. But Hakim insists, for the love of God, please don't misunderstand me, the Soviets made many, many mistakes. Mention one. Say a specific mistake. Say any mistake at all. Why doesn't he say any specific mistake? I suppose it makes bad propaganda, that's the answer, right? Then he says, it would have been better that there be no pact. It would be better for them to have not occupied Poland. Really? Now at the end of 18 minutes of arguing that the pact was okay and their occupation was actually very based and cool, now he says we can't hold him to his own position, that he thinks it was actually bad? Why doesn't he stick to his guns? If it was bad, why do you think it was bad? You can't argue in favor of something for 18 minutes then say at the end, just kidding, don't criticize me, I actually don't support it. Just conclude by saying the pact was a necessary evil, or a necessary good even, because they brought communism, right? You can make that argument. He did for 18 minutes actually, we watched the whole video. If the pact wasn't good, then why did you make a video at all? Why waste our time? Stick to your guns. He also closes the video by making one last snipe at Britain and France, blaming them for this whole thing. We can talk about that in a minute, but let's talk about all the juicy bits that Hakim is too scared to talk about. Because Hakim conveniently forgets to mention anything that happened after the heroic communist parades welcoming the Soviet Union, which he literally admits were organized by the Soviet army. Now, we've already talked about the atrocities that the Soviet Union perpetrated and mentioned how they coordinated with Germany in their joint occupation of Poland. But let's talk a bit more about what happened to all those other countries the Soviets called dibs on. Well, you can look at Stalin's Wars by Jeffrey Roberts for more information, but soon after it invaded Poland, the Soviets began to bully the Baltic states and Finland. When Finland refused to give in to Stalin's demands, the Soviets engineered a false flag attack that invaded on November 30th. Despite being outnumbered by a huge degree by the Soviet Union, the Finns put up a strong fight. Remember how I mentioned the Molotov cocktail? Well, when asked about the Soviet bombing of Finnish cities, Molotov insisted they were actually dropping...
Any interest in talking about AB's latest video on the conflict? Who's AB? What, Ethan's guy? The Ethan, the H3 crew? That guy?
Food. So Finnish soldiers nicknamed their improvised explosives Molotov cocktails to wash down Molotov's bread baskets. While Britain and France never declared war on the Soviet Union for invading Poland, they did provide help to the Finns. Many Scandinavians also volunteered to fight to protect Finland. In fact, the Red Army's inability to conquer tiny Finland showed the Germans that they were not as tough as they thought they were. Despite putting up a fearsome fight, Finland was forced back and ultimately surrendered its border regions in the March 1940 treaty that ended the so-called Winter War. After Finland, the Soviet Union licked its wounds, then invaded Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, as well as the Romanian region of Bessarabia, modern-day Moldova. Actually, they also seized the area of Bukovina, which angered Germany. As with Poland, the Soviets cracked down on any group or individual who could possibly provide a challenge to their rule. Alongside the usual skeptics, victims of the Soviet reign of terror included Trotskyists, rightists, socialist revolutionaries, Mensheviks, social democrats, anarchists, and the like. Former workers of the Red Cross, religionists, sectants, and active members of religious communities, per an NKVD document. Tens of thousands were deported like Polish victims to Central Asia, with plenty dying on the route. Hakim does not mention any of this, even though the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact laid the foundation for all this horror. Well, surely the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was the last bit of collaboration between Germany and the Soviet Union, right? Once Stalin shored up his borders, he was done. Let's rewind a little bit. The Germans and the Soviets also signed an economic agreement in Berlin. The Soviets gave raw materials for German finished goods. As the Führer himself described on his August 22, 1939 speech, he saw the East as a source for resources so he could ignore any British blockade and continue fighting his war. Then there was the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and of course the German invasion of Poland, the beginning of the Second World War, then afterward the Soviet invasion of Poland. But in early 1940, the Soviets and the Germans again entered negotiations to tighten their economic bonds. When negotiations hit a rut, Stalin intervened personally. So in early 1940, the Soviets agreed to supply 650 million Reichsmarks of raw materials in return for Germany supplying the same value of military and industrial hardware. This is during the Second World War. So the Soviets initially gave the Third Reich 1 million tons of feed grains, 900,000 tons of petroleum, 800,000 tons of scrap and pig iron, 500,000 tons of phosphates, and 500,000 tons of iron ore. This trade kept growing, with the Soviet exports to Germany estimated at 404 million Reichsmarks in 1940. Now, to be fair, the Soviets did get machines of war in exchange, but its trade with Germany was a necessary source of help, especially with the British Navy blockading overseas imports to Germany. Much more important than the rest was food, of course. As Morehouse writes, Germany was effectively reliant on food supplies from the Soviet Union. From the beginning to the end of this agreement, the Soviets gave the Germans 1.5 million tons of grain and 2 million tons of petroleum products. And remember, the Germans were at war with Britain and France during this. Stalin knew this. It wasn't an accident. It was a purposeful, strategic decision he actively made to strengthen Germany in the Second World War. As the historian Roger Morehouse describes, the Nazis and the Soviets traded secrets, blueprints, technology, and raw materials, each oiling the wheels of the other's war machine. But the Soviets didn't just strengthen Germany, they also tried to weaken Britain and France. In a speech to the Supreme Soviet on October 31st, 1939, Molotov said, "Germany is in the position of a state which is striving for the earliest termination of war and for peace, while Britain and France, which but yesterday were declaiming against aggression, are in favor of continuing the war and are opposed to the conclusion of peace. Britain and France are seeking new excuses for continuing the war with Germany. The ruling circles of Britain and France have been lately attempting to depict themselves as champions of the democratic rights of nations against Hitlerism, and the British government has announced that its aim in the war with Germany is nothing more nor less than the destruction of Hitlerism. It amounts to this, that the British, and with them the French, supporters of the war, have declared something in the nature of an ideological war on Germany, reminiscent of the religious wars of olden times. In fact, religious wars against heretics and religious dissenters were once the fashion. As we know, they led to dire results for the masses, to economic ruin, and the cultural deterioration of nations. These wars could have no other outcome, but they were the wars of the Middle Ages. Is it back to the Middle Ages, to the days of religious wars, superstition, and cultural deterioration that the ruling classes of Britain and France want to drag us? The rest of the speech is more of the same. Molotov and the Soviet Union were throwing Britain and France under the bus for fighting the Second World War against Nazi Germany. But it wasn't just speeches. While some communist organizations in the West at first supported the war against Germany, they soon got messages from the Soviet Union, the mothership. The British Communist Party was told, for example, that Britain's war against Germany was an imperialist and unjust war for which the bourgeoisie of all belligerent states bear equal responsibility. In no country can the working class or the communist parties support the war. This was a message from the Soviet Union to the British Communist Party. They were trying to...
I think there were like in Nazi and communist organizations across Europe, there were people who just like turned in their badges because of this deal. Like even Nazis, there's this whole thing, I think, when a bunch of Nazi soldiers dropped their soldiers' badges at the gates of one of the offices because they just wanted to protest and resign. They just wanted to resign and protest against allying with communists. And a lot of communist parties in Europe ended up splitting or having civil wars because of Molotov-Ribbentrop. Although I think for most of them, for the Nazis and for the Soviets, like most of them just kind of were okay with it because party discipline was very important for both groups, which is kind of interesting.
Britain and France in the Second World War. While plenty of figures in the Communist Party dutifully endorsed the Soviet Union's new party line, other members were enraged or saddened and resigned. It wasn't just the British Communist Party, of course, but communist parties across the planet who took this new anti-war stance with direction from Moscow. In America, the Communist Party marched in support of peace and called for the United States to stay out of the war. Identical events happened in France, until, of course, it was invaded by Germany. So the Soviet Union was far from neutral. It was an ally of Germany in all but name. But soon talks began to make that formal. In November 1940, Molotov flew to Berlin to discuss frictions in the German-Soviet relationship. The two great powers had begun to frustrate each other, especially with the USSR's expansion into extra territory in Romania and Germany sending some troops to Finland. At those meetings, Ribbentrop suggested to Molotov that the Soviet Union, Germany, Italy, and Japan all clearly define their spheres of influence across the globe. He proposed that the Soviets focus on expanding southward toward the Indian Ocean, a challenge to British India. After Ribbentrop, Molotov met with the Führer himself. While the Führer talked in broad ideas, Molotov wanted to know the specifics of the proposal before committing himself to anything. He also wanted German troops out of Finland, so the talks ended early. The second day, the two sides met again, with a similar course of events happening. In a bunker hiding from a British air raid after the main meeting, Ribbentrop proposed a draft agreement to Molotov, with the four powers agreeing to help each other out. Not a complete defense pact, but something close to an outright alliance, with the Soviet Union focusing its power southward to seize British India, as I talked about. Molotov, of course, didn't sign it right away, and no further meetings resulted. So that's it, right? No more negotiations. The Soviets weren't really trying to seek a German alliance, right? Nope. On November 26, 1940, Molotov delivered the Soviet response to Ribbentrop's draft agreement of an alliance. He wrote that the Soviet government was prepared to accept Germany's proposal of political and economic collaboration in exchange for 1. German troops leaving Finland, 2. The Soviets being allowed to establish a base near Istanbul, 3. An area south of Azerbaijan is recognized within the Soviet sphere, and 4. Japan renounces her claim to coal and oil in northern Sakhalin. Additionally, the Soviets wanted to work together with all these other fascist powers together to wrestle Turkey to give the Red Army access and for Bulgaria to be handed over to the Soviet sphere of interest. This was too much for Germany, which didn't want to hand the Balkans over to the Soviets. So Germany began to switch tracks. Already in July, it had been preparing for a possible invasion. With later negotiations of the Balkans breaking down, the Führer decided to commit Germany to war in December 1940. So the Soviets wanted a deal with Germany, and Germany turned them down. That is the historical fact of the matter. Hakim, by the way, who's the subject of this video, of course does not talk about this at all whatsoever. While Germany built up its army along the Soviet border over the course of 1940, which Stalin received frequent reports on, the Soviet Union failed to prepare appropriately for war. Morehouse writes, essentially Stalin shared Molotov's outlook demonstrated in Berlin the previous autumn that the Soviet Union was in a position of strength in its relationship with Nazi Germany, and that while engaged in the West against the British, Hitler would have to be mad to attack the USSR. Now, there were some preparations from the Soviet Union, this is a fact, but not enough and not as much as the Soviet Union could have done. The Soviet government also failed to complete construction of fortifications in the West that could have slowed down.
Holy shit, that was a really annoying quest. Fuck me. That was so much killing. I am such a dragon slayer. Wow. Really had to prove myself on that one. And that's Onyxia's lair, isn't it? That's one of the endgame bosses in there. Let's not get too close. Imagine if it wasn't an instance, and if I got too close, like, she would just come out and come after me. That would be so cool. I would soy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck off. Fuck up. Get me out of here. Yeah. This is probably not the best place to be doing a runaway like this. "500 yards. Okay. We're good. Let's go LARP. LARP mode.
Even stopped a possible German invasion. Why? Why did Stalin do this? Well, Stalin wanted to show restraint, fearing that mobilizing the Red Army would only provoke Germany into attacking. This is the exact same motivation that Hakim condemns Britain and France for having in the 1930s, yet Stalin had their failure to learn from, and he didn't do it. Instead, Stalin went the economic route. Morehouse describes, his approach was essentially to use the economic relationship to appease Germany as far as possible in the belief that Hitler's saber-rattling was purely a tactical ruse.
Not gonna lie, guys, I just pre-watched all of it, apparently. No, I just read the same thing in a different book. Alright.
So instead, the Soviet Union shipped Germany another 500,000 tons of grain. Despite what some argue, like in the book Icebreaker, there is no actual evidence that the Soviet Union was actually preparing for an aggressive war against Germany. It did draft up plans, which Roberts describes in detail in Stalin's War, but America had a plan to invade Canada. Stalin mobilized too few troops to defend the Soviet Union, let alone invade Germany. Anyways, on June 16th, with the invasion looming, Stalin was again provided direct information that Germany was planning on invading. He viciously denied the information. When Generals Zhukov and Timoshenko asked Stalin to bring the army into full readiness for war, Stalin threatened them and marched out of the room. On June 21st, a man named Alfred Liskow defected from the German army and warned the Soviets that war was coming. Stalin ordered him to be shot. 3 hours afterward, Ambassador Schulenburg mournfully informed Molotov that Germany was beginning its war against the Soviet Union. On June 22nd, Germany began Operation Barbarossa. Its gigantic invasion force assaulted the Soviet Union, beginning the bloodiest portion of the Second World War. With the Red Army criminally underprepared, Germany washed eastwards. Predictably, many people in Eastern Europe, ruled with terror by Moscow, thought the Germans were liberators. Obviously they were not, but the German army was strengthened by locals who wanted revenge against the Soviets. As the German army advanced, Stalin pinned the blame for defeats on his commanders, having hundreds executed. As the Soviets retreated, the NKVD massacred thousands upon thousands of its prisoners. These all weakened the Soviet Union's ability to fight against Germany. These were not necessary and not smart. They were complete failures. The Soviet government failed to protect its people. Now, of course, I talk much more about the mass murder Germany perpetrated on the people of this area in my video on Zoomer Historian. Everybody knows about this. This is a video about Stalin and the Soviet Union, so I'm not going to go into detail, but obviously Germany was worse. Okay, so we've covered all the ground from August 1939 to June 1941. The Soviets went from pursuing an alliance with Britain and France to cutting a deal with Germany to getting invaded from Germany. But what happened before that? Imagine this like a detective book. We just learned about the crime, now whose fault is it? Now it's going to be a bit difficult, but I want you to take all the information I just told you and tuck it away in the corner of your brain for later use, because the leaders of Britain, France, and the Soviet Union didn't know with certainty what was coming down the pipeline in the mid-1930s. Let's listen to Hakim again, because remember, this video is ostensibly about him. This is at the minute mark of 150, so remember, we've just rewinded back to the beginning of his video.
Let's give some general background information. Soviet Russia and the subsequent USSR, having only fairly recently won a short but brutal civil war with Tsarist forces and invasions by many foreign powers, oriented foreign policy towards Germany in the mid-1920s. Two lesser-known treaties, the Treaty of Locarno and the Treaty of Special Relations with Berlin, helped shape that Soviet foreign policy. The Treaty of Locarno, between the main European belligerents of World War I, sought to establish a lasting peace, which Soviet Russia would generally benefit from, since the country was so utterly devastated by the Great War and the Civil War following the October Revolution. However, the USSR viewed the treaty with suspicion, since it appeared that Germany was joining an anti-Soviet bloc. The other treaty, that of Special Relations...
Congratulations in order, chat. I'm waiting. Give me the congratulations. Preferably in the form of cold, hard cash that you've all worked hard for, and what now decides when to give it to me. Yes. Thanks, Salty McNulty. Appreciate it. Not bad. Level 44, eh? Hearth to Gadgetzan. Wait, when am I going to... Basilisks and hyenas. Oh, for fuck. Okay, wait. Where am I? I'm not far from Orgrimmar, so I can go there, Undercity, get Mount, Hearth. Make sense? I think that makes sense. It's not a great detour. Not too large. I don't know what to do about my mining skill, though. Where are you supposed to go for... Oh, strength and stamina. 9 and 9. Agility stamina. They look better. Don't care. I'm using the boots that look better. Fuck you. Wait, it's actually no. It's like the Vorel boots are so much better because they got the enchant. Oh, shit. Never mind.
Strength and honor.
We gotta get my mount. Orgrimmar, 3 minutes. Okay. And then I fly to Undercity. Good, good. What about mining, leveling? Where do I have to go for my mining leveling? From 125, it's copper and tin. Bro, where do I go for that? Arathi Highlands. No, Hillsbred Foothills. Could do. Can you buy a Skelly horse in Orgrimmar? No, it's Undersea.
With Berlin was meant to assuage these fears by being a 5-year treaty with Weimar Germany in which they would be neutral in the event that either country was attacked by a third party. Unfortunately, the optimism for long-term peace wouldn't last long. In the late 1920s, the Nazis began their rise to power, which infamously culminated in the appointment of Hitler as the Chancellor of Germany in 1933. The rise of the Nazis caused the USSR to refocus its foreign policy efforts to combat this threat. The policy, which came to be known as collective security, attempted to strengthen relationships with France and Britain in an attempt to isolate Germany. Meanwhile, the fear of Western leaders' imaginations and the interests they served led them to irrationally fear the spread of communism and were reluctant to enter into diplomatic relations with the USSR lest they catch the communist virus.
This is a mostly accurate summary of what happened, but of course Hakim and Carly portray it all from the point of view of the Soviet Union. The USSR's motivations are rational and sensible, while Britain and France irrationally feared the spread of communism and only didn't want to catch the communist virus. So why didn't Britain and France agree to an alliance with the Soviet Union in the mid-1930s? Now, first of all, we have to make it clear that the Soviet Union, unlike Britain and France, actually wanted an alliance more than them before the Second World War. This alliance was the brainchild of the Soviet Foreign Minister Maxim Litvinov. While there's some disagreement among historians, some of whom argue the Soviet Union wasn't actually serious about this, it seems pretty clear to me that the Soviets wanted allies, so it wouldn't be stuck fighting a two-front war against Germany and Japan alone. That's sensible, that's rational, I agree with that. But there were limitations to the USSR's quest for collective security in the mid-1930s. Michael J. Carly, who if you remember is Hakim's chief source and a pro-Soviet historian, highlights the fact that the Soviet Union put it in writing in the 1935 Franco-Soviet agreement that the USSR would only help Czechoslovakia if France did it first. When Germany was gearing up to invade Czechoslovakia in 1938, it was well aware of Soviet reluctance. Count von Schulenburg, the German ambassador to the USSR, messaged back to the German Foreign Ministry and said, Soviet Russia's participation in the war will be of greatest and decisive import. But, he added, the Soviet Union will only intervene in a war if she herself is attacked, or if it became manifest that the outcome will be favorable to the side hostile to Germany. It is therefore generally accepted that, in the event of a German-Czechoslovak war, the Soviet Union will at first limit her assistance...
This isn't a fucking Nocturne. Why would you say that? Shut up!
...to a minimum, for which the absence of a common frontier between the Soviet Union and Czechoslovakia could at any time be put forward on the Soviet side as a convenient excuse. Now, from this, it's obvious that both sides, the West and the East, were reluctant to stick their neck out, scared the other would ditch them to the wolves. But whatever, Britain and France, wary of the Soviet Union for whatever reason, dragged their heels until the USSR finally abandoned them to Hitler in 1939 and cut a deal. We've already talked all about that. Is it fair to say Britain and France were irrational, though? There is definitely a legitimate argument to be made that Britain and France did not forge defense treaties with Stalin because they were scared of communism. Louise Gray Shaw's book, The British Political Elite and the Soviet Union, makes this argument, but she also points out that Britain thought the Soviet alliance proposals were deliberately provocative to the Germans and raised the risk of war. She quotes the British statesman Halifax as saying, "The more closely we associate ourselves with Russia, the more we produced on German minds the impression that we were plotting to encircle Germany, and the more difficult it would be to make any real settlement." Teddy Aldrichs also makes the argument that Britain was driven by fear of communism in his chapter of the book The Origins of the Second World War Reconsidered, which is a response to A.J.P. Taylor's book of the same name. Shaw, Aldrichs, and Taylor all agree, however, that Chamberlain also feared an alliance with Russia would provoke Hitler, thus making war more rather than less likely. Was this a legitimate fear? Well, there's no way to know for sure, because they didn't make an alliance with the Soviet Union, but here is a very relevant document. On May 23, 1939, months before his invasion of Poland, Hitler assembled a conference of the highest officers of the German military to review Germany's situation. After declaring that the issue was not the German-speaking city of Danzig actually, but making living space for Germans by seizing land to the east, Hitler said, "An alliance of France, England, Russia against Germany, Italy, Japan would lead me to attack England and France with a few devastating blows." That's on May 23, 1939. Hitler made a similar statement in April of that year to Hungary, per a memorandum by the Foreign Ministry. If England really meant to encircle us, then the Führer would strike first. Judging from this, I don't think some sort of grand alliance between Britain, France, and the Soviet Union was going to inevitably and undoubtedly deter Adolf Hitler. It might have just made war more likely. That seems to be the case in 1939, but you know what? Earlier in the 1930s, it might have worked better to scare off Germany. On the other hand, maybe Germany would have just fought the war
Where
anyways.
are these from?
This is
Trip
Hitler
runner.
we're talking about, remember? Really, to me, it seemed nothing short of a bullet could stop Hitler. Nobody, not even the USSR, was willing to take the first shot before 1939. But this is a video about Hakim, so let's let him talk some more.
Instead, the West decided that appeasing the Nazis would be a better strategy, and we all know how that turned out. As a result of this reluctance on the part of the West, the USSR was forced to fend for its security alone.
Hate to pause Hakim again so soon, but why exactly did Britain and France not get their act together and confront Germany each time it violated the Treaty of Versailles? With hindsight, it is completely obvious they should have. Their inaction emboldened Germany. It was a complete and utter failure, but why did it happen? Appeasement had plenty of motivations that seemed rational at the time. The policymakers in Britain honestly believed it was the best course to avoid another tragic world war with Germany. Britain just was not ready to fight before 1940. In order to build up its army to confront Germany in the 1930s, it would need to spend dozens of millions of pounds, something Chamberlain called impossible to carry out in that political climate. In 1937, the Chiefs of Staff warned, "We cannot foresee the time when our defense forces will be strong enough to safeguard our trade, territory, and vital interests against Germany, Italy, and Japan at the same time. It could not exaggerate the importance from the point of view of imperial defense of any political or international action which could be taken to reduce the number of..."
Wait, is this lady actually about to become the new president of the ICJ? No. Sebutinde. Or however you say it. She was the one who voted against everything, basically, in the Israel case. The most dissenting judge might become the president of the ICJ. Oh, shit. The Ugandan lady. I think she's Ugandan.
of our potential enemies. This was the reasoning behind Chamberlain's policy of appeasement. They just were not ready to fight a war. When Britain did declare war on Germany after it invaded Poland in 1939, Britain was kept afloat by massive assistance from, and eventually an alliance with, the United States. Now, of course, there were a few critics of appeasement in the 1930s. Winston Churchill was one of them. Obviously, those critics were proven absolutely correct. Appeasement just did not work. It was a massive disaster, and you can make a pretty good argument that the whole appeasement industrial complex is to blame for opening the space for Hitler's domination of Central Europe. But, at the time, there were rational and sensible arguments for it. You can disagree with that. That's fine. But my point is, we have to at least hold the Soviet Union to the same standard. After all, as soon as Britain dropped appeasement, the Soviet Union picked it up and ran further with it than Britain ever did. We already talked about that in detail, but it's worth considering what both countries did in response to Germany.
So cool. Wow.
Let's get back to Hakim, though. I'm going to fast forward through his ad read for male hair loss medication and get right into the meaty part.
We'll start by recalling that the USSR actively
His
pursued...
what? His ad read for hair loss medication. What? No. What the fuck? The tanky burnout audience. The mid-40s burnout audience.
overt military alliances with Britain and France in a policy known as collective security. One such offer, made just 2 days before the war began, had the USSR sending 1 million troops, artillery, and airborne forces to help stop Hitler if they agreed to the pact. Such a pact would have drastically altered the course of history. Unfortunately, both Britain and France declined the offer, forcing the USSR to operate unilaterally without Allied support.
Is this true? Did Stalin really offer to send 1 million troops against Hitler 2 days before the war began? Okay, first, this is a nitpick, but according to his own source, an article in the
Why would... listen, the Red-Brown Alliance, okay? The Red-Brown-Green Alliance is just... this is a joke, right? He's joking. There's no way he's this fucking stupid. What Biden couldn't do in 15 months, Trump did in a week. Really? Is that... Are we doing the Are we doing the Trump Truth Social propaganda? When we have no details on any of that, and who influenced what, and what role was played by the Trump... Oh, God. Red MAGA. Hammer and sickle MAGA. Let's go. I'm not doing that jump. Horrific. I'm doing this jump. Oh, I've got safe fall now. I'm indestructible. Alright, let's go! Fuck video. Not now. Not now. This is a big moment, guys. We're key binding. Where is it? Let's make it this. Okay. Where's the stable boy? You could still jump into lava. True. Where's the stable boy? We'll just find him. We'll find him organically. Music. There he is. Let me inspect them. I'm not getting those ones. These are the level 60 mounts. Purple, green. Not bad, not bad. Blue warhorse. Okay. Blue skeletal horse. Not bad, not bad. Red Ooh, red is probably better than blue, right? The blue does look a bit colder, though. The blue does have... Oh, I don't know. The blue has like kind of an icy look to it. The red one... What's this one? Brown? No. Red or blue? One's in chat for red, two's for blue. Let's go blue. Wait, where's the trainer?
Beware the living.
What is it?
18.
Beware the living.
Be quick about your business.
Blue skeletal horse. Don't mind if I do. Whoa!
Trust no one.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Let's get into the light. What? Whoa! Let me go! To the city. Wow. Look at me go. I'm so fast. I'm on fire. Majestic. Yeah, nice, nice. That's what I want to hear. Good ride. It still lets me ride here? When am I going to dismount? Oh, fuck. The elevator. Not the elevator. Pray. Okay. Not bad. Where am I going? I need to get training. And then I need to sell shit. Okay. Let's go... Auction house. Where's the auction house here? I forget. Oh, sell stuff first, probably. Okay.
I have exactly what you need.
Yeah. Okay, okay. I'm going to wear the enormous ogre boots because they look better. I don't care. We'll lose some stamina. If we die to 90 HP. No, it's not. They've got the same HP. It's just I have less agility. Okay, whatever. Don't care. 2 stamina, 9 spirit. Nah. Not worth. Wow. Horse. Woolen bag. Disc. Oh, I've still got some gold to spare. The fuck? I would have been just about there even without that donation, actually. Huh. Okay, I need to take this thing out of the auction house to sell it. Oh, donations of cloth. I need to do that.
I'm listening.
Give me that. And put... Bro, I don't know. Oh, there's still stuff here to sell. Uh-huh.
What do you require?
Okay.
Embrace the shadow.
Oh. Right, where's the donation part? It's in the magic quarter. Means I have to go down, right? Watch the jewel. Where's the jewel? Where? Is it close to me or is it just on Twitch? Why does it have to look on Twitch? Oh, of course we have the experts on, eh?
Confused. Yes, an end to the genocide, and also getting Palestinian prisoners that have been permanently detained by Israel to be released from prison, and also literally the same demands that they've had since the beginning.
Okay, that is not true, but okay.
Bro,
Go ahead, hit accept. It's
Ready?
on you. Yeah, I've been ready. Let's go. Oh, there's no charge going on here. All right, we send it. We go.
Oh shit! Is it a jolt to the death?
Nice fucking parry, bro.
Yeah, you're mad.
Oh wait, I'm lagging like a bitch.
It's a little laggy here.
Yeah,
they're
I'm
at
getting
high
it's
gel.
fine.
Uh-oh.
Oh fuck!
Disarmed? Oh, double disarm?
Oh, they're doing the good intercept range. Nice. Why is he not dying? He's not getting hurt at all.
Uh-oh.
Yo!
We're getting no numbers out here. Uh-oh.
Sunder.
What are you gonna do with that bleed, Tyler?
Okay.
Whoa, motherfucker.
Oh, it wasn't a jolt to the death.
You gotta get in a group then. Get in a group with someone here so you can just not be invited.
Okay.
Holy fuck. Me.
That was pretty much a no contest, right?
Also, I had HP bars off.
Thought you were warming up.
All right, Silk. Ah, cool. You only get to do it once, don't you? I can do it with wool. Alright, let's go to the rogue quarter and do skills.
That better be good.
Eviscerate? Yep. Slice and dice? Yep. Rupture? Yep. Don't really care that much about stealth and vanish? Yep. Do I need wound poison yet? Deadly? Mind numbing? No. Might as well take kick. Okay. Wait, what is this questy tracker? Field sampling. First aid trainer, probably important.
Hello.
What do they? Oh, they don't. No, it's all from books. You get the last things from trainers. Okay. When is the Syrian war montage coming out? I'm gonna call it a montage, but it's coming out soon. Don't worry. Okay. Oh, there's a portal. Or is that just left by a mage? That's not part of the city, is it? Huh. Oh. True. Strongly agree. Did I just go for the mailbox instead of the auction house? Am I a fucking idiot? Okay. Oh no. Oh, it is. Wait, where? Is it below? Oh, it's down here. Okay. Where is this fucking 839? Why not? How much is a stack of silk cloth? Fuck off. I don't like this stupid split bullshit. 40 silver, okay. Couldn't I just vendor this? Should probably just vendor that, but okay. Right. Let's go. Right, I regret to announce that I have things to do tonight that are off-stream things. So, I love you guys. I hope you have a good one. Enjoy the ceasefire. Enjoy the incredible takes that you're going to see from all over the internet. Okay, well, maybe catch up to some of them tomorrow. Who knows? All right. Take care, dipshits. Bro has a life. I know, right? Would you believe it? Okay, bye-bye.